2 days shy of her 41st birthday, shotgun blasts ripped through the quiet hills of the Indian Territory. She was shot in the back, a coward's ambush. The woman they called the Bandit Queen lay dead in the dirt, just feet from her own gate. The dime novels painted her as a female Jesse James, a ruthless outlaw. But that's the legend. How does a girl who mastered Greek and the piano, born to a respectable family, end her days this way? Today, we separate the truth from the lies to find the real Myra Maybelle Shirley and to ask the question that still haunts these hills. Who wanted her dead? Before the legend, there was a girl named Myra Maybelle Shirley. She wasn't born in a dusty outlaw camp, but into a life of relative comfort in Carthage, Missouri. Her father, John Shirley, was a respected farmer, innkeeper, and judge, a man of property and standing. Their home sat on the very edge of civilization, where the rolling prairies gave way to the rugged ancient Ozark Hills. It was a land with a soul much like Appalachia's, a place of tight-knit clans, fierce independence, and memories as long and deep as the valleys themselves. The roots of that spirit ran deep in Myra's blood. Her mother, Elizabeth Hatfield Shirley, came from the same line as the notorious Hatfields of the West Virginia-Kentucky border. This wasn't just a distant relation, it was a heritage. It meant that Myra was born into a world where honor was defended with fists and firearms, where loyalty to family was the highest law, and where an insult was a debt that would one day be paid in full. This was the unwritten code of the mountains, a code she understood long before she ever read a law book. On the surface, however, Myra was being molded into a proper Southern lady. Her father sent her to the Carthage Female Academy, a place of refinement and learning. She studied the classics, mastered Greek and Latin, and could fill the Shirley home with the beautiful, complex notes of a piano sonata. She was intelligent, articulate, and poised, everything a daughter of a prominent family was expected to be. She was destined for a life of quiet dignity, of ball gowns and polite conversation. But beneath the corset and silk beat the heart of a rebel. The same girl who could quote Greek philosophers was more at home in the saddle, racing her horse through the woods with a freedom most women of her time could only dream of. She preferred the company of her older brother, Bud, and his friends, learning from them the ways of the wilderness. She could handle a shotgun with a skill that shamed grown men and knew the hidden trails of the Ozarks as if they were lines on the palm of her hand. Two worlds were at war inside this young woman: the polished, respectable world her father was building for her, and the wild, untamed world of the hills that flowed in her Hatfield blood. For a time, she could walk in both. But a storm was gathering on the horizon of America, a storm of fire and steel that would sweep across the nation, and it would force Myra Maybelle Shirley to choose, once and for all, which world she truly belonged to. Little did she know that choice would burn the life she knew to the ground. If the Ozark Hills were the anvil of Myra's character, the Civil War was the hammer that shattered it and reforged it into something hard and sharp. When the war came, it didn't just divide the nation, it ripped through Missouri, turning neighbor against neighbor in a savage guerrilla conflict. The Shirley family didn't hesitate. Their loyalty was to the Confederacy, and their home soon became a clandestine way station for the most feared Southern partisans, the bushwhackers. Men like William Quantrill and Bloody Bill Anderson, men who fought with a cold fury, found refuge under the Shirley roof. And riding with them were boys who would become legends in their own right, the James brothers and the Younger brothers. This was the world that consumed Myra Maybelle. She saw these men not as outlaws, but as heroes defending their homes. And her greatest hero was her own brother, Edwin, whom everyone called Bud. He was everything she admired: brave, defiant, and free. When he joined the bushwhackers, Myra's war began. The polite young lady from the academy vanished, replaced by a cunning operative for the Southern cause. Legends say she would use her charm and education to flirt with Union officers, prying information from them about troop movements, which she would then pass on to her brother and his comrades. She became a scout, a spy, a vital part of the shadow war being fought in the Missouri hills. For a time, it must have felt like a dangerous, righteous adventure. She was fighting alongside her brother, defending her family's beliefs. The risk was real, but so was the adrenaline, the sense of purpose. She was no longer just a girl playing piano, she was a player in the great bloody drama of her time. But this was no adventure, and the price of this war was about to be brought to her door in the most brutal way imaginable. In 1864, the hammer fell. Federal troops, tired of the constant raids and ambushes, hunted down Bud Shirley. He was trapped, cornered, and killed. For 16-year-old Myra, the news wasn't just devastating, it was the end of her world. The light of her life, her protector, her idol, was gone, slain by the very men she saw as foreign invaders. In that moment, her girlish patriotism and grief curdled into something far darker, a cold, permanent, all-consuming hatred. A hatred for the government, for its uniforms, for its laws. They had taken her brother, and in doing so, they had taken a part of her soul. The war might end for the country, but for Myra Shirley, it would never be over. She would spend the rest of her life fighting the victors. After the war, the Shirley family fled to Texas, seeking a new life from the ashes of the old. But for Myra, peace was a foreign country. Her heart, forged in hatred, was drawn to the fire. She found that fire in the eyes of the men who, like her brother Bud, refused to surrender. Men like the charismatic Cole Younger, a childhood friend and now a notorious outlaw. Rumors would later whisper of a passionate affair, claiming her daughter Pearl was his. It was a romantic story, but likely just that, a story. The truth, however, was no less dangerous. Her first husband was Jim Reed, another former bushwhacker who couldn't trade his pistol for a plow. With him, Myra stepped fully into the world of the outlaw. Their life was a blur of stolen horses and dodging posses, a frantic existence on the run. In this chaos, her two children, Pearl and Eddie, were born. But this was no family portrait. It was a partnership born of war and rebellion, and it was destined to end in blood. In 1874, Jim Reed's luck ran out. The news that reached Myra was cold and brutal. Her husband had been shot down, not in a blaze of glory, but by an acquaintance who valued the reward money more than friendship. At 26, Myra was a widow, a mother of two, and officially branded the accomplice of a dead bandit. This was the world she had chosen, a world with no honor among thieves. So she moved deeper into the shadows, to a place where the law of the United States was thin and the old ways were strong, the Indian Territory of Oklahoma. There, she met and married Sam Starr, a man from a proud Cherokee family. This wasn't just a marriage, it was the founding of a dynasty. On their land, tucked away in the rugged hills, they established a stronghold. It had a name that was a tribute to her old friends and a warning to her new enemies, Younger's Bend. Younger's Bend wasn't a ranch. It was a sanctuary for the damned. It was a place where men on the run, men like Jesse James and the Younger brothers themselves, could find a hot meal, a fresh horse, and a place to lay low, protected by the cunning of its queen. The air there was thick with the smell of wood smoke, whiskey, and paranoia. Every rider on the horizon was either a friend or a hangman. This was the heart of darkness, a kingdom built on stolen goods and guarded by guns. Here, the final transformation of Myra Maybelle Shirley was complete. She was no longer just a bandit's wife, she was the mastermind. She never led a charge, her hands weren't on the triggers during the robberies. Her weapons were her intellect and her will. She planned the heists, fenced the stolen property, bribed officials, and used her deep knowledge of the law to tangle up prosecutors in court. And she crafted an image that became a legend. She would ride into town on a fine horse, sitting side saddle in a velvet dress like a proper lady, but on her hips, for all the world to see, rested 2 Colt revolvers. She could quote classical poetry one moment and arrange the sale of a stolen herd the next. This walking contradiction, the refined lady and the criminal queen, was her armor and her declaration of war. She had created a monster, and her name was Belle Starr. The 2 shotgun blasts echoed through the hills and then faded into an unnerving quiet. Belle Starr's horse, spooked and riderless, galloped the rest of the way to the ranch house, its panicked whinny the first alarm. Her daughter Pearl, hearing the sound, ran out to see what was wrong. The discovery she made in the mud of the road, just outside their own gate, would become the final bloody chapter of her mother's legend. The bandit queen was dead, her velvet riding habit stained with the earth and her own blood, her back riddled with buckshot. News of a murder like that travels fast, even in the isolated Indian territory. It moved from ranch to ranch on the lips of breathless riders, then crackled across the telegraph wires to the newspapers in Fort Smith and beyond. The death of Belle Starr was an event. For the lawmen, it was the closing of a long and frustrating case file. For the dime novelists, it was a dramatic ending they couldn't have written better themselves. For the locals, it was a source of fear and feverish gossip. The queen was dead, but who had dared to kill her? Soon enough, Deputy U.S. Marshals rode down the trail to Younger's Bend. For years, this place had been a no-go zone, a sanctuary for fugitives where the law entered at its own peril. Now, they were in charge, picking through the life of the woman who had so often made fools of them. The investigation began, and the web of suspects was tangled and dark, spun from the threads of Belle's own life. Every person in her orbit had a potential motive. The first and most obvious suspect was a man named Edgar Watson. He was a tenant on Belle's land, a man with a shadowy past from Florida, rumored to be wanted for murder himself. They had argued bitterly. Belle wanted him gone, and Watson wasn't a man who liked being told what to do. It was a simple, logical motive, a dispute over land and money that ended in violence. But the simple answer isn't always the true one. Then there was her own husband, a Cherokee man named Jim July Starr. He was younger than Belle and was, at the time of her murder, facing his own trial for horse theft. Did they have a falling out? Was he driven by jealousy? Or, as some whispered, did he arrange the murder to silence her before she could testify in some secret deal with the law? He had an alibi, but in the murky world of Younger's Bend, an alibi was just another story. The silence that fell over the hills wasn't one of peace. It was a silence of fear. Belle's network of outlaws scattered, not knowing who among them might be next, or who might sell them out for a pardon. A reward was posted for information, but few dared to speak. The killer was still out there, and no one knew how far their reach extended. The hunt was on, not just for a murderer, but for the truth behind the final bloody act of the bandit queen's life. The wheels of justice turned slowly, but in the case of Belle Starr's murder, they seemed to grind through mud. The primary suspect, Edgar Watson, was finally brought to trial. You can just imagine the scene in the Fort Smith courtroom. It wasn't just a legal proceeding, it was a spectacle. The room was packed with a tense mix of lawmen, curious townsfolk, and shadowed figures in the back rows, friends and enemies of the dead woman, all there to see how this final chapter would play out. The air itself felt heavy, thick with whispered theories and cold stares. Everyone had an opinion, and everyone was waiting for a conviction. The prosecution laid out its case. They painted a picture of a bitter dispute between a landlord and her troublesome tenant. They spoke of threats exchanged, of Watson's notorious temper, and of his presence near the scene of the crime. They presented him as a man with a motive, the means, and the opportunity. But their case was like a house built on sand. There was no murder weapon. There were no direct eyewitnesses to the shooting. The entire argument rested on bad blood and circumstantial evidence, a foundation that began to crumble under the slightest pressure. Watson, for his part, sat there with a cold confidence. He was no frightened farmer caught in the gears of the law. This was a man who understood the violence of the world. His defense lawyers didn't just deny his guilt. They threw the courtroom doors wide open to the chaos of Belle's life. They argued that putting only Edgar Watson on trial was absurd. Why not her husband, Jim July, who had his own legal troubles? Why not any of the dozens of spurned lovers, jilted partners, or vengeful victims Belle had created over the years? To have an enemy, they argued, was to be Belle Starr's acquaintance. And then, the darkest rumor of all, a chilling whisper that slithered through the courtroom, gave everyone pause. The story of Belle and her own son, Eddie. Their relationship was poison. He was a disappointment, and she was a harsh mother. The gossip was that just before her death, she had taken a whip to him for mistreating her favorite horse. Had the boy's resentment finally boiled over into an unspeakable act? Could he have pulled the trigger himself, or perhaps paid Watson to do it for him? It was a monstrous thought, but in the world Belle had built, it wasn't an impossible one. Faced with a weak case and a sea of reasonable doubt, the jury was trapped. They could condemn a man on suspicion, or they could let a potential killer walk free. They deliberated, and when they returned, the foreman's voice cut through the silence. "Not guilty." A shockwave went through the room. Edgar Watson, the man everyone was so sure had done it, stood up and walked out of the courtroom a free man. And so, the law of men had spoken. But was it justice? Or was it just a failure of a system that couldn't comprehend the complex, violent world of Younger's Bend? The court case was closed, but the murder remained unsolved. The killer had vanished back into the hills, becoming just another ghost in the bloody history of the territory. The truth, it seemed, was buried with the Bandit Queen. The murder of Belle Starr wasn't the end of the story. It was the explosion that scattered the pieces. Her kingdom, Younger's Bend, crumbled without its queen. The outlaws who had found sanctuary there drifted away, seeking new shadows to hide in. The land itself was eventually swallowed up by the relentless tide of settlement and progress. Today, what was once the most notorious hideout in the Indian Territory lies quiet and still, submerged beneath the placid waters of Lake Eufaula. A concrete historical marker stands on a nearby hill, a lone sentinel pointing toward the drowned land, the only official sign that this infamous chapter of the West ever happened here. The fates of those in her orbit were as tangled and often as tragic as her own. Edgar Watson, the acquitted suspect, moved on, but his reputation followed him. He eventually met a violent end himself, gunned down by a vigilante mob in Florida. Her last husband, Jim July Starr, died in a gunfight with lawmen not long after Belle's murder. Her son, Eddie Reed, who some whispered was the true killer, lived a troubled life, eventually becoming a deputy sheriff himself before being killed in a saloon brawl. It seems the violence that Belle had courted her whole life clung to those she left behind, an inescapable inheritance. But there is one final strange twist. Her daughter Pearl, the one rumored to be Cole Younger's child, chose a different path of rebellion. She turned her back on the world of guns and stolen horses and moved to Fort Smith, where she opened a high-class brothel. In a way, she too became a queen, presiding over her own illicit kingdom, a world with its own codes and dangers, just a stone's throw from the courthouse where her mother's killer had been set free. The strongest echo of Belle Starr, however, is not in the ground, but in the story itself. After her death, the legend took on a life of its own. A journalist named Richard Fox penned a lurid book called Belle Starr, the Bandit Queen, or the Female Jesse James. It was a work of pure fiction, filled with sensational tales of her leading bank robberies and stagecoach heists, things she never actually did. This book, and the countless dime novels that followed, created the image we think of today, the pistol-packing outlaw in a feathered hat. The myth completely consumed the woman. You can still visit her grave, tucked away in the woods not far from where Younger's Bend once stood. The original headstone, carved with a bell, a star, and a poignant poem, was chipped away to nothing by souvenir hunters over the decades. A new, protected monument stands in its place. And as you stand there, in the quiet of those Oklahoma hills, you realize the mountains do remember. They remember the real Myra Maybelle Shirley, the educated girl, the grieving sister, the cunning organizer, and the woman who gambled her life on a defiant dream of freedom and lost. So we return to the question that has hung in the air since those shotgun blasts first rang out. Who killed Belle Starr? The law of men never gave us a name. Was it the vengeful tenant, Edgar Watson? Was it one of her own family, a final, terrible betrayal? We will never know for sure. But maybe the real answer isn't a name. Maybe what killed Belle Starr was the violent, lawless world she had so carefully constructed around herself. In the end, the snake she had nurtured in the heart of Younger's Bend finally turned and bit its queen. Her story is a powerful reminder that the Civil War didn't truly end at Appomattox. It continued to rage in the hearts of people like Myra Shirley, leaving scars that festered into a deep and abiding hatred for the authority that had won. She was not a hero. She was not the cartoon villain of the penny press. She was a casualty, a woman whose fierce mountain pride, when poisoned by grief, became a force of self-destruction. She waged a 25-year war against a world she felt had wronged her, and in that war, there could only be one victor. Myra Maybelle Shirley was a woman of stark contradictions, the educated lady who could quote the classics and the ruthless godmother who ruled a den of thieves. She was born with the spirit of the mountains in her blood, proud, defiant, and unforgiving. But that spirit, when broken, forged a legend written in gunsmoke and blood. A girl who was meant to be a lady became the bandit queen, a cautionary tale that still echoes in the hills where she once rode. Imagine the scene. A lone cabin in the backwoods of North Carolina, burning against the blackness of a moonless night. Inside, amidst the smoke and embers, an entire family has been slaughtered. The father, the mother, 4 small children, all gone. But when the neighbors finally pull a body from the flames, they discover the impossible. The mother, Polly Weston, is still breathing, but a fire of pure vengeance is keeping her alive just long enough to whisper 2 names. The newspapers called it the Weston House Massacre. But those who lived in these mountains knew the official version was just the tip of the iceberg. It was a story of a fatal glance, a blood oath, and a question that still hangs in the air today. What truly brought the wrath of the Adair brothers down upon that little family? Today, we will sift through the ashes of that cabin, separate the facts from the folklore, and find out what really happened on that fateful night. To understand the tragedy, you first have to understand the world it destroyed. This was Rutherford County, North Carolina, in 1871. The scars of the Civil War were still raw and weeping across the South. In these hills and hollows, the official law was a distant whisper, easily drowned out by the crack of a rifle or the sizzle of a moonshine still. It was a land of breathtaking beauty and brutal hardship, a place where good men tried to carve out a life while monsters roamed the shadows. In this world lived Silas Weston. He was not a hero of legend or a man of great wealth. He was a man of the earth. His hands were calloused from the plow, his face weathered by the sun, but his heart was full. His treasure wasn't gold. It was the sound of his wife Polly singing in their small cabin and the laughter of his 4 children playing in the yard. Their life was a simple one, governed by the seasons and the sweat of their brow. They were humble people, asking for nothing more than what they could earn from the soil, a small island of warmth and light in a cold, uncertain time. But this land was also home to a different kind of man, men like Grover and Columbus Adair, They were not men of the earth. They were predators of the forest. Where Silas saw a field to plant, they saw a place to bury a body. They were the dark reflection of the Appalachian spirit, fiercely independent, but twisted into something malevolent by greed and a thirst for power. Their names were spoken in hushed tones, a local plague that everyone knew about, but no one dared to cure. They were the kings of the backwoods, their throne built on fear. Grover was the mind of the operation, cold and sharp as a winter wind. He planned the robberies, managed the illegal whiskey trade, and passed judgment on anyone who crossed them. Columbus was his brother's fury made flesh, a brute of a man, quick to anger and terrifying in his rage. Together, they were a perfect engine of destruction. They didn't just break the law, they considered themselves to be the law in the dark corners of the county where the sheriff's authority couldn't reach. These two worlds, the simple, sunlit life of the Westerns and the violent, shadowy empire of the Adaires, existed side by side, separated by only a few miles of woods and a moral chasm as wide as the ocean. They were two forces of nature bound to collide. For Silas Weston, a man who lived by honesty and hard work, was unknowingly walking a path that led directly into the heart of the Adair's darkness. And he was about to learn that in this fractured land, a single glance could be a death sentence for an entire family. The spark that ignited this hellfire wasn't a land dispute or a family feud. It was something far simpler and far more terrifying. A man taking a wrong turn on his way home. Silas Weston, weary from a day's work, took a little used path through the woods, a shortcut he thought might get him back to his family a few minutes sooner. But that path led him straight into the heart of the Adair's world. There, in a secluded clearing, he saw them, Grover, Columbus, and their accomplice Martin Bernard, unloading barrels of illegal whiskey from a wagon. It was the lifeblood of their criminal enterprise, laid bare under the dappled sunlight. For a long, terrible moment, no one moved. The world shrunk to the space between them. It wasn't just a glance, it was a conversation without words. In Silas's eyes, the brothers saw a flash of recognition, followed by the cold bloom of fear. And in the Adair's eyes, Silas saw something far worse than anger. He saw a calm, dead-eyed calculation. He had stumbled behind the curtain and seen the monsters for who they were. He was a witness. In that silent clearing, a judgment was passed and a death sentence was signed. Silas did the only thing a man in his position could do. He gave a slight, nervous nod, turned his back, and walked away, every nerve in his body screaming. He didn't run. He knew that would be a confession of his fear. He just walked, forcing himself to keep a steady pace, feeling the weight of their stare on his back like a physical blow. His only thought was of Polly and the children. He had to get back to the warmth of his cabin, back to the life that suddenly felt so fragile, as if it were made of glass. But the Adair brothers weren't the kind to let a problem walk away. For them, a witness was like a seed of disease that had to be burned out before it could sprout. As soon as Silas was out of sight, a look passed between Grover and Columbus. No words were needed. Grover, the strategist, saw a loose thread that could unravel their entire operation. Columbus, the brute, saw an offense that had to be answered with overwhelming force. This wasn't a matter of if they would act, but how and when. The hunt began immediately. It wasn't loud or dramatic. It was quiet, patient, and methodical. They followed his tracks. They learned the location of his small farm. They watched his cabin from the tree line, observing the simple, happy life within. They were no longer just criminals. They were wolves circling a homestead, waiting for the sun to set. For the Adairs, this wasn't about silencing a man anymore. It was about making a statement, a brutal lesson written in blood for anyone else who might dare to look upon their secrets. Night fell on the Western homestead like a shroud. Inside the small cabin, A family slept, warmed by the embers in the hearth, dreaming simple dreams. That peace was shattered in an instant by the sound of splintering wood as the cabin door was kicked from its hinges. The cold, dark air that rushed in carried with it the stench of whiskey and raw violence. Two hulking shadows filled the doorway, their forms monstrous against the faint moonlight. Silas Weston was on his feet before he was fully awake, a father's instinct his only weapon. He moved to stand between the invaders and his family, a final, desperate act of defiance. There was a brief, furious struggle, a man's desperate cry, cut short by a sickening, heavy thud. When the screaming started, Silas was no longer standing. He had fallen face down onto the dirt floor of the home he had built with his own two hands. Polly's world became a whirlwind of terror. She tried to gather her children, to shield their small bodies with her own, but the shadows were on her in a heartbeat. She didn't see the blades as much as she felt them, a series of sharp, blinding impacts that stole her breath. One of the men stood over her, and a final crushing weight descended upon her head. The world dissolved into a crimson blur. Through a haze of pain and fading consciousness, the sounds became her entire reality. The sounds would be seared into her memory forever. The terrified cries of her children calling for their mother, for their father who would never answer. She fought to stay awake, fought to get up, but her body wouldn't obey. And then, one by one, the small voices were extinguished, fading into a silence that was more terrifying than any scream had ever been. The work was done. The two brothers moved through the cabin with a calm, businesslike efficiency. They were no longer raging beasts, but methodical executioners cleaning up a job. One of them nudged a small, carved wooden horse with the toe of his boot, a silent witness to the night's horrors, before turning away. There was no remorse in their movements, only purpose. They began to splash a pungent liquid over the walls, the floors, and the still forms that lay upon them. The sharp scent of kerosene filled the air, a promise of purification by fire. A match was struck, its tiny flame a flicker of pure evil in the gloom. It was tossed onto the saturated floorboards, and with a hungry roar, the cabin began to burn. The Adair brothers stepped back out into the night, confident that the inferno would consume their crime, leaving nothing behind but ash, silence, and the ghosts of a family that had dared to look them in the eye. For hours, the western cabin was a silent pyre, its orange glow a lone, malevolent eye in the vast darkness. It was that glow that first alerted the neighbors. They came running, buckets in hand, their hearts pounding with a dreadful premonition. But as they drew closer, the heat and the roar of the flames pushed them back. There was nothing to be saved. All they could do was watch helplessly as the home of their friends and the family within it were consumed. When dawn broke, it revealed a scene of utter desolation. A smoking, blackened square on the earth was all that remained. Men with grim faces and heavy hearts began the terrible work of sifting through the debris. They found Silas first, then, one by one, his children. Grief hung thick in the air, a choking smoke that burned worse than the fire. They worked in a stunned silence, their minds unable to process the scale of such evil. And then, one of the men let out a choked cry. Among the wreckage, they found Polly Weston. She was a ruin of a human being, her body a testament to the savagery she had endured. They assumed she was dead, another victim to be mourned. But as they moved to cover her, a faint, rattling breath escaped her lips. It was impossible. No one could survive such wounds, such a fire. But Polly Weston was not just anyone. She was a mother whose children had been stolen from her, and something inside her, a core of pure, unyielding maternal rage, refused to let go. The sheriff arrived to find a crowd standing in horrified reverence around the barely living woman. He knelt beside her, his own throat tightening at the sight. He leaned in close, putting his ear to her bloody lips, expecting a final garbled prayer. But what he heard was not a prayer. It was a verdict. In a voice that was little more than a whisper of air and blood, She gave him the names. The Adair brothers, Groven, and Columbus. That whisper was all it took. The names shot through Rutherford County like a bolt of lightning, igniting a fury that the Civil War itself hadn't managed to kindle. This wasn't a crime against one family. It was an assault on humanity itself. The shock of the massacre gave way to a wave of cold, hard rage. These weren't just murderers. They were a cancer that had been allowed to fester in the dark hollows for too long. Now, it was time to cut it out. Within hours, the county transformed. Farmers left their plows rusting in the fields and took up their hunting rifles. Veterans who had fought at Gettysburg and Antietam formed posses, their old military discipline snapping back into place. A formal reward was offered, but for these men, it wasn't about money. It was a debt of blood, and the entire community was rising as one to collect it. The Adair brothers, who had been the hunters just the night before, were now the most sought-after prey in the state of North Carolina. The manhunt was brutally efficient. The Adair brothers, who had moved through these woods like vengeful spirits, were found to be nothing more than flesh and blood. They were cornered, captured, and dragged back to town to face the community they had terrorized. Stripped of their weapons and their freedom, they were no longer kings of the hollows, but caged beasts, their eyes burning with a hateful, impotent rage as they were thrown into the county jail. Their accomplice, Martin Bernard, was captured alongside them, his face a mask of pure terror. The trial was less a legal proceeding and more a public ritual. On July 21, 1871, the town square was a sea of grim-faced humanity. Thousands of people had come from all over the region, not out of morbid curiosity, but out of a need to witness the final act. The courtroom was packed to the rafters, the air thick with the smell of sweat and a thirst for retribution. Armed men stood guard, less to prevent the prisoners from escaping, and more to prevent the crowd from storming the courthouse and dispensing their own brand of justice. The prosecution's case was simple and devastating. They didn't need complex legal arguments or a mountain of circumstantial evidence. They had something far more powerful. They had Polly Weston. She was helped to the witness stand, a spectral figure wrapped in bandages, her body frail, but her gaze as hard and unyielding as mountain granite. When she was asked to identify the men who attacked her family, a hush fell over the room. She slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed a finger, first at Grover, then at Columbus. Her voice, though weak, was clear and steady, and every word fell upon the jury like a hammer blow. Throughout the testimony, the brothers reacted true to their nature. Columbus seethed in his chair, his knuckles white, glaring at the jury as if he could intimidate them into submission. Grover sat with a cold, defiant stillness, a faint, contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. There was no remorse in their eyes, no flicker of regret, only a profound arrogance, an unshakable belief that the world was theirs to break. They seemed offended not by the accusation of murder, but by the sheer audacity of these simple farmers daring to hold them accountable. The jury barely needed to deliberate. The evidence wasn't just what they had heard, it was the living, breathing proof of the Adair's evil sitting right there on the witness stand. They filed out and returned in what seemed like minutes. The foreman stood, his face set like stone, and delivered the verdict that everyone in that room already knew was coming. Guilty. The sentence followed swiftly. Death by hanging. A great cathartic roar erupted from the crowd both inside and outside the courthouse. It wasn't a cheer of celebration, but a deep, primal sound of relief, of a fever finally breaking. Justice had been served. But looking at the sea of faces, filled with a righteous and terrible satisfaction, one had to ask, was this the justice of men, carefully weighed on the scales of the law? Or was this the justice of the mountains, ancient and unforgiving? The law had provided the rope, but it was the community's fury that had tied the knot. The hangman's noose silenced the Adair brothers, but it couldn't silence their story. In fact, their deaths were just the beginning. The tale of the Western Massacre immediately began to grow roots, sinking deep into the soil of local legend, and some of those roots can still be traced today. The first and most baffling loose end was the third man, Martin Bernard. While awaiting his own execution, his wife came for a final visit. In an act of incredible daring, they swapped clothes. Bernard, hiding his face behind a woman's veil, walked calmly out of the jail while his wife remained in the cell. He was never seen again, vanishing into the mists of history and leaving a question mark that hangs over the story to this day. Bernard's mysterious escape gave birth to another enduring legend, the Adair treasure. Like so many outlaws of that era, the brothers were said to have buried their ill-gotten gains somewhere in the rugged hills of Rutherford County. Many believed Bernard didn't just flee for his life, he fled to reclaim a fortune in stolen gold and cash. To this day, there are those who comb the forests and search the old caves, guided by faded maps and local rumors, still hunting for the blood money of the Adair brothers. But the most powerful echoes of that night are not of treasure, but of tragedy. The patch of land where the western cabin once stood is considered hollow ground, a place forever scarred by grief. Locals will tell you that the woods there are unnaturally quiet, as if the birds themselves refuse to sing. They say that on still, moonless nights, you can sometimes hear the faint sound of a child crying on the wind. Some have even claimed to see a ghostly figure of a woman, forever wandering the trees where her home once stood, eternally searching for the children she lost. The land remembers the villains as well. For decades, the tree on which the brothers were hanged, or the ground where the gallows stood, was a place of superstition and dread. It was said to be cursed, that the violent, unrepentant souls of Grover and Columbus Adair were bound to the instrument of their own demise. No one dared cut the tree down, fearing that to do so would unleash their evil back into the world. It stood for years as a dark monument, a silent reminder that while justice can be served, some evils leave a stain that can never be washed away. These places, these stories, are the true legacy of that night, not written in history books, but etched into the memory of the mountains themselves. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoke of that burning cabin. What truly happened on that fateful night? The simple answer is that Silas Weston saw something he was not meant to see. But the deeper truth is that for men like Grover and Columbus Adair, his innocence was his crime. They didn't just kill a witness, they sought to annihilate a world that was the complete opposite of their own, a world of family, honesty, and light. There is, of course, a darker whisper, a rumor with no proof, that Silas was a former partner who tried to walk away. We may never know for certain. But in the end, it doesn't change the outcome, only adds another layer of tragic shadow to the tale. This story, etched into the history of Appalachia, is not simply a tale of monstrous cruelty. It is a testament to an almost superhuman will. Polly Weston, broken and left for dead, became the instrument of a justice more powerful than any lawman's badge. Her survival, fueled by a mother's rage, is what transformed a hidden crime into a public reckoning. This is the enduring lesson of the blood brothers of Adair, that while evil can be absolute, the strength of the human spirit, the will to live, to fight, and to see justice done for the ones we love can sometimes be even stronger. The Adair brothers are long gone, their bodies turned to dust. The treasure, if it ever existed, likely remains lost to the earth. But the story endures, passed down from one generation to the next, a chilling campfire tale with roots buried deep in the hard soil of truth. It serves as a brutal reminder of the darkness that men are capable of, and the incredible, impossible strength that can rise from the ashes of tragedy. The official records are closed, the graves have settled, but in the hills of North Carolina, the story is never truly over. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life. under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin in the Appalachian mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, She had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3, 1901, didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided. It was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk. It saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich. She was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final, pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, two more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gun-slinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of two separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last, beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers. The Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this: while Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, it was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw, there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the Ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. I'm standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County, Virginia. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes, because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, but the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright, and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crabb? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways, he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crabb. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crab was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crab and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crab's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before, she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed, the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing. She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors, it was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young school teacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another, was simple and deadly. She can't be allowed to get away with that. June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road. You can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabbe's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, the familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened, and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. June's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out, the air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye. The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crab deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain. The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turn to the official record, hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crab. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh-and-blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crabb's grave is not hard to find. Her family and those who remembered tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years, a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabb family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. June's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabb, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted, not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again, even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crabb became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crabb isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crabb family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world, a brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage. The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century, a story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field, or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries filled with the stories of the people who came before us, stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this and the men who covered it up are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains. They say that on the 4th of July, the road up Cherry Mountain was choked with a pilgrimage of the thirsty and the defiant. Thousands of people, judges and outlaws, preachers and laborers, climbed that steep North Carolina slope, drawn by a single promise. At the summit, a stout, smiling man named Amos Owens stood beside barrels of a legendary ruby-red liqueur, ladling it out for free to all who came. He was a moonshiner, a tax evader, an enemy of the federal government. But on that mountain, he was a king. How does a man become a legend in his own lifetime? How does a common criminal earn the loyalty of an entire region, turning his defiance into a roaring celebration that the law itself was powerless to stop? Was he a simple man breaking the law for profit? Or was he the last bastion of a fiercely independent mountain spirit? Today, we're going to pour a glass of history and trace the life of the one and only Cherry Bounce King, to understand the man who built a kingdom from corn, wild cherries, and an unbreakable will. To understand a man like Amos Owens, you have to understand the ground he was raised on. He was born in 1822 in Rutherford County, North Carolina, a place where the Blue Ridge Mountains begin to claw their way toward the sky. This wasn't just a landscape, it was a fortress. The people who settled these hollows were mostly Scotch-Irish, folks who carried a deep and abiding distrust of distant governments in their bones. They had fled kings and landlords once, and they weren't about to bow to a tax collector from Washington, D.C. Life here was a constant struggle against rock, weather, and isolation. A family's wealth wasn't measured in dollars, but in the yield of their corn patch, the health of their livestock, and the strength of their kin. Corn was life, but it was heavy and difficult to transport over rugged mountain trails. Turning that corn into whiskey was simple economics. It was a way to concentrate a year's worth of hard labor into a portable, profitable, and potent form. For these mountain families, the smoke from a copper still wasn't the sign of a crime. It was the smell of survival. This world operated on a code older than any federal law. Your word was your bond. Your family was your nation. An insult to your honor had to be answered, and a neighbor in need was to be helped without question. The law was something that existed down in the flatlands, an alien system that didn't understand the realities of mountain life. The stories of the Whiskey Rebellion of the 1790s weren't taught as a failed uprising. They were passed down as tales of righteous defiance, cementing the belief that a man had a God-given right to his own craft. But Amos wasn't just a product of the mountains. He was forged in the fires of a foreign war. As a young man, he left his secluded home to fight in the Mexican-American War. Imagine that transition, from the quiet, green solitude of Appalachia to the dusty, brutal battlefields of a foreign land. This experience hardened him. It taught him discipline. It showed him a world far beyond his mountain, and it likely reinforced his belief in self-reliance above all else. He was a veteran, a man who had served his country. When Amos Owens returned home, he came back a different man. He had seen the authority of the United States government up close, but he chose to climb back up Cherry Mountain and live by the old code. He didn't see a contradiction in having fought for the flag and then defying its laws. In his mind, the government had its place, and that place was not on his mountain, telling him what he could and could not do with the corn he grew with his own 2 hands. This was the crucible that created the Cherry Bounce King. He was a man of his people, steeped in a tradition of defiance. He was a farmer who understood the brutal math of survival. And he was a soldier who had learned how to stand his ground. The mountain gave him his ingredients and his fortress, but his unbending character, that was forged in the history of his ancestors and the heat of war. Long before the name Cherry Bounce King echoed through the halls of government, there was just Amos Owens, the artisan. Before the roaring crowds and the legendary defiance, there was the quiet solitude of the pre-dawn hours, the gentle hiss of the copper still, and the steady hand of a man who was a master of his craft. He wasn't just brewing moonshine, he was practicing an art form passed down through generations. He knew the corn by its feel, the fire by its sound, and the final product by a single practiced taste. His Cherry Bounce wasn't just potent, it was perfect, a testament to a pride in his work that no federal law could ever touch. But this craft wasn't for his own glory. It was the foundation of his family. The income from his hidden stills meant his wife had what she needed and his children never went to bed hungry. It meant he could afford good tools for his farm and solid shoes for their feet. His operation allowed him to build a life on that rugged mountain that was a step above mere survival. He was a patriarch in the truest mountain sense, the unwavering provider and protector of his clan. The world he built was one of security and stability, a small, independent nation with his homestead at its capital. And his influence spread beyond his own fence line. On Cherry Mountain and in the hollows below, Amos Owens was a pillar of the community. In a place where cash was as rare as a flat piece of land, he was the local economy's heartbeat. He bought his neighbors surplus corn at a fair price, providing them with the hard currency they needed. When a family fell on hard times, it was often Amos they turned to for a loan or assistance, a request he rarely refused. He commanded a deep, unshakable respect, not because of fear, but because his success was shared with those around him. This was the kingdom Amos Owens built, long before the outside world took notice. It was a world governed by loyalty, sustained by his craft, and centered on his family and community. It was a life of quiet dignity and fierce independence, a peaceful defiance conducted not with guns, but with copper pots and wild cherries. This was everything he stood to lose. It wasn't just a business the revenuers were threatening. It was his home, his honor, and the entire world he held dear. Every great man has a current running through him, a force that drives his every decision. For Amos Owens, that force was a stubborn pride as unyielding as mountain granite. It was a conviction buried deep in his soul that no man born in a distant city had the right to tell him what he could do on his own land. This wasn't just a belief, it was the very bedrock of his identity. He didn't just break the law, he disdained it. He saw the federal tax on liquor not as a legal statute, but as an intolerable insult to his craft and his heritage. This pride wasn't a quiet, internal thing. It was loud, bold, and defiant. While other moonshiners operated in the shadows, speaking in whispers and moving by moonlight, Amos Owens built a lighthouse. His legendary 4th of July and Christmas celebrations, where he gave away his cherry bounce by the barrelful, were the ultimate expression of this flaw. These weren't just parties, they were public declarations. He was telling the world, and specifically the federal government, I am here. This is my craft, and I am not ashamed of it. Come and get me if you dare. There's a story, told and retold until it's become gospel in those parts, that perfectly captures this audacious spirit. After one of his many arrests, Amos was brought before a judge who, tired of their game, levied a particularly steep fine against him. The courtroom fell silent, expecting the old moonshiner to protest or ask for time to pay. Instead, Amos simply nodded, reached deep into the pocket of his overalls, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, bills still smelling faintly of corn mash and wood smoke. He counted out the full amount, placed it on the bench without a word, and walked out a free man. It was not an act of submission, it was an act of mockery. He was using the profits of his crime to pay the penalty, reducing the judge's sentence to a mere business expense. This pride, this absolute refusal to bend, was his greatest strength in the eyes of his neighbors. It's what made him a folk hero. But it was also the crack in his armor. It made him visible. It made him a target. A lesser man might have laid low after a raid, moved his still, and sold his product quietly. But Amos' pride wouldn't allow that. He would rebuild, bigger and better, and the smoke would rise from his chimney stack on Cherry Mountain like a defiant flag, a signal to the law that he had not been beaten. His flaw, then, was his inability to compromise his own code. He was a king on his mountain, and kings do not bow. This stubborn streak ensured that his conflict with the government would never be a quiet, hidden affair. It was destined to become a public spectacle, a long and drawn-out war of attrition. He was daring the lightning to strike, forgetting that in the world of federal law, the storm always gathers eventually. For years, the dance between Amos Owens and the law had a familiar, almost comfortable rhythm. A federal marshal, often a local man who understood the mountain ways, would make the reluctant journey up Cherry Mountain. Stills would be broken, a warrant would be served, and Amos would go along peacefully. It was a ritual, a game of appearances, where the law made its point and Amos paid his tax in the form of a fine. He always rebuilt, and the marshals always knew he would. There was a strange, unspoken understanding in this ongoing feud. But after the Civil War, the music changed. The federal government was nearly bankrupt, and its thirst for tax revenue became insatiable. The Bureau of Internal Revenue was empowered, unleashing a new breed of agent upon the mountains. These weren't local men playing a part. They were strangers with cold eyes and a fervent belief in federal authority. They saw the mountains not as a different world with its own rules, but as a den of tax cheats who were robbing the US Treasury. Their mission wasn't to play a game, it was to win a war. The spark that lit the fuse came on a crisp autumn morning. A team of these new, determined revenuers stormed Cherry Mountain. This raid was different. It wasn't just about the equipment. With grim efficiency, they found Amos's aging cellar, a cool space dug into the mountainside where his finished product, his art, was stored. They didn't confiscate it. With axes and sledgehammers, they systematically smashed every jug and barrel. Years of work, hundreds of gallons of his legendary cherry bounce gushed out and stained the earth a deep, bloody red. They were destroying his legacy, pouring his very soul into the dirt. Amos Owens, who had always met his arrest with a wry smile, stood and watched this sacrilege in cold silence. This was no longer a matter of business. They hadn't just destroyed his property, they had committed an act of profound disrespect. They had vandalized his art, violated the sanctity of his craft, and declared that his life's work was nothing more than contraband to be annihilated. The unspoken rules of their long dance had been shattered. For Amos, this was a declaration of war. This act was an unforgivable affront precisely because it struck at the heart of his defiant pride. To be arrested was one thing. To be treated as a common criminal whose masterpiece deserved no more respect than ditch water was another. They had challenged his status, his honor, and his identity as the king of his own mountain. In that moment, watching his life's work bleed into the ground, a decision was made. He would no longer be a mere moonshiner who got caught now and then. He would become a symbol. His operation would grow larger, his celebrations more brazen, and his name would become a banner of defiance for the entire region to rally behind. The red stain on the ground where his cherry bounce had been spilled was a line drawn in the dirt. Amos Owens' response wasn't fear, it was fury. He did not retreat into the shadows. Instead, he did the opposite. The smoke from Cherry Mountain, which had always been a steady wisp, now billowed into a column. He built new stills, bigger and more efficient. He hired more men. He doubled his production. He was no longer just supplying a thirsty region, he was building an empire in open defiance of the United States government. The warnings started as quiet whispers. His own wife, who had stood by him through dozens of arrests, saw the new hardness in the eyes of the federal men who rode through the nearby towns. She would plead with him at night, by the firelight, her voice full of a fear he'd never heard before. "Amos," she would say, "this is different now. It's not a game anymore. They don't just want a fine. They want to see you broken." He would listen, pat her hand, and tell her that a man who bows to a bully invites him to kick again. The whispers grew louder in the community. Friends who had celebrated his audacity now pulled him aside with worried looks. They spoke of revenuers threatening local farmers for information, of a new, ruthless pressure being applied to the entire area. "Just lay low for a while, Amos," they'd advise. "Let the heat die down. Make your run, but do it quiet-like." They were counseling survival, the ancient mountain art of bending like a sapling in a storm so as not to break. But Amos Owens was no sapling. He was a great old oak, and he would not bend. He saw their pleas for caution as a step toward surrender. To him, this was no longer about a single man's still. It was about the soul of the mountains. He told them that if he backed down, the federal men would come for them next. He preached his gospel of defiance, arguing that the only way to meet a threat is to stand taller and look it square in the eye. His pride had now transformed into a righteous cause. The ultimate act of defiance was his next 4th of July celebration. Where others saw a reason for caution, Amos saw a stage. He sent out word. The party on Cherry Mountain would be bigger than ever before. It became a public spectacle, an open challenge broadcast across the state. He wasn't just inviting his friends and customers. He was taunting the Bureau of Internal Revenue. He was turning his defiance into a beacon, daring them to try and extinguish it in front of thousands of his supporters. With every warning he ignored, every plea for moderation he dismissed, the path forward narrowed until there was only one way it could go. He had become a symbol, a living embodiment of the mountain spirit, and the government could not allow such a symbol to stand. He was isolating himself on a peak of his own making, a king so confident in his fortress that he could no longer see the army gathering at its gates. A violent outcome was no longer a risk. It was a certainty he himself was inviting. The day before the 4th of July dawned clear and bright over Cherry Mountain. The air was already electric with anticipation. Wagons were being moved into place. Barrels of cherry bounce were rolled out from the cellar, and the sound of hammers echoed as a stage was built for the fiddlers. This was to be Amos Owen's masterpiece of defiance, the grandest celebration he had ever hosted. But as the sun reached its zenith, a lone rider was seen making his way steadily up the mountain path. It wasn't a posse. It was the familiar, weary face of an old federal marshal, a man who had arrested Amos more than once in the bygone days of their gentleman's feud. He didn't come with warrants or weapons. He dismounted, met Amos near the Great Log Hall, and spoke not as a lawman, but as one man to another. He explained that the world had changed. The new men in charge in Raleigh and Washington saw Amos not as a local character, but as the leader of an insurrection. They were coming, he warned, not for a token arrest, but to crush him completely. "They're just waiting for this party, Amos," the marshal said, his voice low. "They'll use the crowd as an excuse. They'll say it was a riot. Men are going to get hurt." Then came the final clear off-ramp, the last chance for peace. "Cancel it," the marshal pleaded, "just for this year. Send everyone home. Show them you're not looking for a fight. If you do this, I can go back and tell them the threat is over. We can go back to the way things were. It's your last chance to put the genie back in the bottle." It was a surprisingly fair offer. It was a path away from the cliff's edge. All he had to do was swallow his pride. For a long moment, Amos Owens was silent. You can just imagine him, standing there on his mountain, the smell of his life's work all around him. He likely looked at his home, at the preparations for the festival, at the faces of his kin. He had to have felt the weight of the choice before him, the safety of his family versus the defiant code that had defined his entire life. The marshal's offer was reasonable. It was wise. But to Amos, it sounded like the clatter of chains. He finally turned his gaze from his home and met the marshal's eyes. The internal struggle was over. "A man doesn't send his guests home," Amos said, his voice as firm as the mountain beneath his feet, "just because an uninvited stranger is threatening to kick down the door. The party goes on." With that, the last bridge to peace was burned. He had been offered a truce and had chosen war. The old marshal simply nodded, a look of profound sadness on his face, and rode away, leaving the Cherry Bounce king alone on his throne, waiting for the inevitable storm he had personally summoned. The 4th of July on Cherry Mountain was a roaring sea of humanity. The fiddles screamed, the banjos rang, and the rhythmic stomp of dancing feet shook the very ground. Above it all was the booming laughter of Amos Owens, a king in his element, ladling out his ruby-red elixir. But as the afternoon sun began to dip, a different sound drifted up from the base of the mountain, the cold, rhythmic clink of metal and the steady tramp of marching feet. A long column of federal agents and deputized men, armed and determined, was ascending the slope. The music faltered, then died. A wave of silence rolled through the crowd as all eyes turned to the approaching force. The world for Amos Owens narrowed to the sight of those grim-faced men, their polished badges glinting in the sun. This wasn't a raid. It was an invasion. He stood his ground behind his barrels, not with a weapon in his hand, but with the full weight of his defiance in his posture. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with the energy of 1,000 held breaths. A federal captain stepped forward, a warrant held out like a weapon, and his voice cut through the stillness, demanding surrender. Amos' reply was not a shout, but a low, firm refusal that was heard by every person on that mountaintop. And in that instant, the simmering tension that had built for years finally boiled over. The captain gave a signal, and the line of lawmen surged forward. The crowd, loyal and fueled by cherry bounce, pushed back. What happened next wasn't a battle of neat lines and clear commands. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of human bodies. The world became a blur of motion and a cacophony of shouts. From Amos' perspective, it must have been a maelstrom. The celebration he had built, a symbol of his independence, had become a scene of pandemonium. An argument that had raged for a decade in courtrooms and whispers was suddenly, violently being settled with fists and clubs. The sharp, percussive sound of an intervention echoed through the holler, a sound that cut through the noise and hung in the air like a final, dreadful punctuation mark. In the heart of the chaos, Amos himself was the primary target. He was swarmed, not as a respected elder, but as the ringleader of a mob. He felt the grasp of rough hands, the impact of a world turned hostile. The final, visceral sensation was not one of his choosing. The vibrant festival, the pinnacle of his lifelong defiance, was over. The argument that had defined his life had been answered not with words, but with overwhelming force. The chilling silence that followed the main event was broken only by the groans of the injured and the curt, metallic orders of the federal agents who were now, finally, masters of the mountain. The world came back into focus slowly for Amos Owens, through a haze of shock and the dull ache of struggle. The roar of the crowd had been replaced by a grim quiet, punctuated by the sharp orders of federal officers. His great hall, a place of joyous celebration just an hour before, was a scene of wreckage. Overturned benches, smashed jugs, and the dark, sticky pools of spilled cherry bounce littered the ground. He wasn't a king surveying his court. He was a prisoner standing in the ruins of his own kingdom. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear. There was only a cold, profound rage that settled deep in his bones. This was the ultimate violation. To be manhandled, overpowered, and subdued on his own land, in front of his own people, it was a humiliation worse than any fine or prison sentence. The final insult came with a sharp, metallic click. The cold iron of the handcuffs closing around his wrists was a sound louder and more final than any gunshot. On the very spot where he had freely dispensed his hospitality, his freedom was now completely and utterly taken away. His next move was not his own. Flanked by armed guards, he began the long walk down the mountain. This was the path he had climbed as a boy and ruled as a king, a path every stone of which he knew by heart. Now he walked it in chains. He passed his home, catching a glimpse of his wife's face, pale and stricken, in the doorway. He passed neighbors who looked on with a mixture of pity and awe. He did not lower his head. Pride was the one thing they could not take from him, and he carried it like a shield, his back straight, his eyes fixed forward. At the base of the mountain, a government wagon waited. As he was loaded into the back, he took one last look at his domain. The sun was setting behind Cherry Mountain, casting long shadows across the hollows. The crowds were gone. The music was gone. The smoke from his stills was extinguished. The king was being exiled from his kingdom. As the wagon lurched forward and began the journey toward a federal jail, Amos Owens knew this was the end of the road. His active defiance was over. All that remained were the consequences. The fall of a king is never a quiet thing, and the silence that fell over Cherry Mountain was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The wreckage left behind wasn't just in the smashed stills and splintered barrels, it was in the lives of every person Amos Owens had touched. For his wife and children, the world had been turned upside down. The provider was gone, the income had vanished, and the home that was once a fortress of local pride was now a landmark of federal victory. The name Owens, once spoken with respect, now became a brand, a name whispered in conjunction with violence, arrest, and ruin. They were left to face the cold stares of the law and the uncertain pity of their neighbors, all while trying to scratch a living from a mountain that now seemed haunted by loss. The community itself bore a deep and festering wound. Many who had attended the celebration were arrested or injured in the chaos. Families were thrown into turmoil, trying to pay fines or tend to the wounded. The raid had been a brutal lesson from the government. This is what happens when you follow a rebel. The fierce unity that Amos had commanded was shattered and replaced by a gnawing fear. Who would be next? The raid had driven a wedge of distrust into the heart of the mountain, turning a proud and defiant community into a collection of frightened individuals, wary of their neighbors and terrified of the law. The economic engine Amos had built sputtered and died. The farmers who had relied on him to buy their surplus corn were left with a product they couldn't easily sell. The men who had worked his stills were suddenly without employment, their families facing a hard winter with no income. The flow of cash that had trickled down from Cherry Mountain, oiling the gears of the local economy, dried up completely. His defiance had brought prosperity, but his fall brought a poverty that was just as widespread. He had been the trunk of a great tree, and the federal axe had not just felled him, but had left the entire forest around him to wither. The tragedy of Amos Owens was not that he was arrested. It was that his personal war had so many civilian casualties. His pride demanded a grand public stand, but it was his family, his friends, and his neighbors who were left to pay the price for it. He had built a kingdom and invited his people to celebrate within its walls, never imagining that when the walls came crashing down, they would be the ones crushed beneath the stones. The party was over, but the hangover would last for a generation. Amos Owens, the king of Cherry Mountain, was brought to a kingdom where he held no power, a federal courtroom. The space itself was an assault on everything he knew. The air was stale, the light was filtered through dusty windows, and the walls were made of cold plaster and dark polished wood, a world away from the open sky and living timber of his home. Here, he was not a respected elder or a master craftsman. He was simply the defendant, a name stripped of all honor and history. The prosecution, methodical and relentless, painted a picture not of a folk hero, but of a calculated criminal. They spoke of tax evasion, conspiracy, and most damningly, of inciting a riot and assaulting federal officers in the execution of their duties. They presented evidence, the shattered remnants of his stills, the testimony of injured agents, and the sheer scale of his operation. To the court, the case was simple. Here was a man who had grown wealthy by openly flouting the laws of the United States and had met the consequences with violence. His defense, when it came, was not a denial, but a declaration. Amos and his lawyer didn't argue the facts. They argued a whole different kind of truth. They spoke of a man's right to his own land and the fruits of his own labor. They spoke of a tradition older than the federal government itself. When asked to account for his actions, Amos' logic was baffling to the court and perfectly clear to his people. It was his corn. It was his mountain. It was his craft. He wasn't breaking the law. He was living by a different one, a code of self-sufficiency and honor that the men in their starched collars could never comprehend. It was a clash of two Americas in a single room. Back in the mountains, the trial was seen as a foregone conclusion, a piece of political theatre. They saw Amos not as a criminal, but as a martyr. He was their champion, captured and put on display by an invading army that called itself the law. His guilt was irrelevant to them. His cause was everything. They knew the court would never understand that the real crime in their eyes had been the government's intrusion, the desecration of his craft, and the violent end to a peaceful celebration. The verdict, when it came, was swift and certain. In the eyes of federal law, there was no ambiguity. Amos Owens was guilty on all counts. The judge, determined to make an example of the so-called cherry bounce king, delivered a sentence meant to echo through every hidden hollow in Appalachia. A long, sobering term in a federal penitentiary. And so, the law had its judgment. A man who broke the statutes was punished according to the letter of those statutes. But was it justice? For the people of Cherry Mountain, the answer was a bitter no. A system that could not distinguish between a craftsman and a criminal, that could not understand the difference between profit and survival, was not a system of justice. It was just a system of power. The gavel had fallen, but the verdict only deepened the divide between the mountains and the flatlands, leaving a scar of resentment that would not heal for a very long time. And what of the men who brought the king down? What of the federal agents, the new breed of lawmen who had turned a gentleman's game into a brutal war? You might expect a story like this to end with them meeting some form of mountain justice, a karmic balancing of the scales. But the world, especially the world of government and law, rarely works like a folk ballad. The men who led the raid on Cherry Mountain didn't face consequences. They received commendations. From their perspective, and from the perspective of their superiors in Washington, the operation was a resounding success. They had targeted the most famous, most defiant moonshiner in the state, and had dismantled his empire in a single afternoon. They had enforced federal law, quelled a riot, and sent a clear, unambiguous message to every distiller operating in the shadows. In their reports, Amos Owens was a criminal mastermind, and they were the brave heroes who had restored order. They were rewarded with promotions, with praise, and with the satisfaction of a job well done. They were gears in a vast, impersonal machine, and that machine had just proven its power. Their victory, however, was a sterile one. They had won the battle, but in doing so, they had salted the earth of the battlefield. They didn't end moonshining in the mountains, they just made it quieter, more secretive, and more deeply entangled with a culture of resentment. They had created a martyr. For every large public still they smashed, a dozen smaller hidden ones were built in its place, their operators now working with a grim determination born of hatred for the law. The government had proven it could crush one man, but it had also proven that it had no understanding of the people it was trying to govern. The fate of the antagonist, the system, was to grow larger and more powerful, yet more alienated than ever from the heart of the nation it claimed to serve. And that, in its own way, is a kind of failure that no commendation can erase. Years passed, as they do in the mountains, smoothing the sharp edges of memory like water over stone. Amos Owens eventually walked out of the federal penitentiary, a free man, but no longer a king. He was an old man now, the fire that had once burned so brightly banked to a low, quiet coal. He returned to Cherry Mountain, but the kingdom was gone. He lived out the rest of his days quietly, a living ghost of his former self, surrounded by the silence of a legacy that was too grand and too painful to speak of aloud. The name Owens became a kind of mountain ghost itself, a name that carried the weight of both glory and ruin. His descendants were left to navigate a world that saw them as the children of a legend, and legends cast long, cold shadows. Some moved away, hoping to build lives free from the constant echo of their famous ancestors' rise and fall. Those who stayed lived quieter lives, becoming farmers and laborers, their hands in the soil instead of in the corn mash. The grand dynasty of the Cherry Bounce King ended with him. The recipe was lost to time, and the art died with the artisan. The community healed, but like any deep wound, it left a permanent scar. The great roaring celebrations on Cherry Mountain were never spoken of loudly again. They passed into the realm of myth, a story old men would tell their grandsons with a sad shake of their heads, a cautionary tale about a time when giants walked the earth and were struck down by lightning from a distant government. The open, proud defiance that Amos had championed was buried under a heavy blanket of silence. Moonshining continued, of course, but it was driven deeper into the darkest hollows, a grim business of survival, not a craft of celebration. In the vacuum left by Amos' fall, the power dynamics of the region shifted. With the king deposed, the kingdom fractured. The era of the grand festive moonshiner was over. It was replaced by a new generation who worked in fear and dealt in violence. Men who didn't command the respect of their community and saw the law not as a rival, but as an enemy to be met with deadly force. The government, in its attempt to stamp out a folk hero, had inadvertently created a landscape ripe for common criminals. They had traded a charismatic king for 100 petty warlords, and the mountains became a more dangerous, less honorable place because of it. If you go to Rutherford County today and mention the name Amos Owens, you won't be met with a blank stare. His name is as much a part of the landscape as Cherry Mountain itself, the peak that still bears his story. You can visit his final resting place, a weathered tombstone that states the simple facts of his birth and death, but tells nothing of the fire that burned in between. Some old-timers claim that if you know just where to look, deep in the woods on the mountain slope, you can find the faint outline of a foundation, the scattered stones that were once the hearth of a king. But what people really search for on that mountain isn't stone, it's treasure. The most enduring myth of Amos Owens is that he never trusted banks. The considerable profits from his 60-year career, the story goes, were packed into mason jars and iron pots and buried in secret caches all over the mountain. To this day, the legend of the Cherry Bounce King's fortune persists. Treasure hunters, armed with metal detectors and old maps, still comb those slopes, digging in the red clay, hoping to unearth a piece of the outlaw's legacy. More enduring than any buried treasure, though, are the stories. In the telling, the hard edges of the man have been worn smooth by time. He is remembered not as the tax evader who sparked a riot, but as the generous king who held a feast for his people. He's become a Robin Hood of the Blue Ridge, a symbol of defiance against an unjust system. His story is told as a cautionary tale to children about the dangers of pride, but it's told with a wink and a smile, a clear undercurrent of admiration for the man who dared to stand his ground. And that is why his ghost still walks these mountains. It's not the spirit of a man, but the spirit of an idea. The name Amos Owens has become an echo of that old, unbending mountain code of independence. To speak his name is to speak of a time when a man could declare his own land a sovereign nation and rule it with generosity and an iron will. He is the physical embodiment of the stubborn, defiant, and fiercely loyal character that defines the very soul of Appalachia. Amos Owens. The man has been dust for over a century. But the spirit of the Cherry Bounce King, that spirit is as potent and intoxicating as the liqueur he once brewed. It's woven into the very fabric of those hills, a permanent reminder that some men are too big for the laws of their time. For better or for worse, he still haunts the mountains. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning, standing at the foot of that old mountain. Was Amos Owens a hero or a villain? The law has its simple answer. He was a criminal, a tax evader who paid the price for his crimes. His people have theirs. He was a king, a generous folk hero who stood up for their way of life. But the truth, as always, is far more complicated and far more human. Amos Owens wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a relic of a dying age, a man whose mountain code was being crushed by the relentless march of a modern nation. In the end, The Ballad of Amos Owens is a story about pride. It was a pride as pure and potent as the whiskey he distilled. It drove him to master his craft, to provide for his family, and to build a community around the fire of his generosity. But that same unbending pride made him blind. It blinded him to the changing world. It made him deaf to the warnings of those who loved him, and it demanded a sacrifice that was not his alone to make. His greatest strength, that absolute refusal to bow, became the fatal flaw that brought his entire kingdom crashing down into the dirt. He was a man who stood for the timeless values of independence, craftsmanship, and community. But he stood so tall that he became a target, and in his fall, he reminds us that even the strongest oak on the mountain can be felled by the patient axe of the outside world. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Cherry Bounce King, a man who would give away his finest liquor for free, but would not surrender a single drop of his pride to any law under heaven. The first thing you would have noticed wasn't the sight, it was the smell. If you have ever stood in a pine forest after a heavy rain, you know that scent. It is crisp, sharp, almost like a cleaning chemical mixed with damp earth. It is the smell of life. But on this particular morning, in the deep hollows of Kentucky, that clean pine scent was losing a war against something much heavier, something copper-like. The thick metallic stench of iron that had been spilled by the gallon. It is dawn. The mist is clinging to the valley floor, swirling around the trunks of trees that are wider than a wagon wheel. From a distance, the scene looks almost peaceful. A cluster of rough-hewn log cabins, smoke rising gently from a chimney. The sounds of the waking forest, a jaybird screeching, the rustle of wind in the canopy. But if you stepped closer, the illusion would shatter. Because the mud between the cabins isn't brown, it is a churning, slushy red. There is an axe embedded in the doorframe of the main office, but there is no woodcutter holding it. There is a boot lying in the middle of the path, and the terrifying part is that the laces are still tied tight, as if the foot inside it simply vanished or was dragged away. This is not a battlefield from the Civil War. That ended 20 years ago. This isn't the site of a train wreck. This is a workplace. Welcome to 1887. Welcome to the edge of the known world. In the late 19th century, the American logging camp was the engine room of the nation. It was where the raw material for your great-grandfather's house, his furniture, and his coffin came from. It was a place of immense physical power, where men with arms like hydraulic pistons turned chaos into commerce. But on this morning, the commerce had stopped. The silence that hangs over this camp is heavy. It is the kind of silence that screams. Inside the main cabin, the chief, the man who ran this operation with an iron fist just 24 hours ago, is no longer giving orders. He is lying amidst the wreckage of his own command post. The furniture is splintered. The ledger books, usually kept in immaculate rows, are scattered across the floor, their pages soaking up the fluids of the men who wrote in them. What happened here? It wasn't a bear attack. The wounds are too precise for that. It wasn't a raid by bandits looking for gold, because there was no gold here to steal. This was something far more personal and far more terrifying. You see, usually when we talk about history, we talk about the big events, the wars, the treaties, the elections. We look at the timeline from a bird's eye view. But today, we are going to drop down into the mud. We are going to look at what happens when a group of men are pushed to the absolute limit of their sanity, miles away from the nearest sheriff, locked together in a green prison of their own making. They say the trees in Kentucky have deep roots, that they hold the soil together against the floods and the landslides. But in 1887, those roots drank something other than rain. And the story of how this camp went from a place of labor to a slaughterhouse in a single night is one that didn't make it into the school textbooks. It was too ugly. It was too real. And honestly, it was too close to the truth of what lurks inside all of us when the lights go out. But before we can understand the blood, we have to understand the land. We have to look at the map. because to understand why no one heard them scream, you have to see just how far away from God they really were. To understand the nightmare, you first have to understand the cage. When we think of Kentucky today, we might think of rolling bluegrass hills, horse farms, or maybe the suburbs of Louisville. We think of a place that is tamed, a place mapped by satellites and crossed by asphalt highways. But the Kentucky of 1887 was a different planet. Specifically, the Appalachian region in the eastern part of the state. This was not farmland. This was the Black Forest of America. We are talking about virgin timber, trees that had been growing since before Columbus landed in the Caribbean. White oaks, poplars, and chestnuts that stood over 100 feet tall. Their trunks were so thick that 3 grown men holding hands couldn't circle them. And they grew so close together that in some hollows, the sun didn't touch the ground even at high noon. It was a world of perpetual twilight. If you look at a map from that era, you see vast blank spaces. No towns, no roads, just the squiggle of a creek or the jagged line of a ridge. To get to the lumber camp we are talking about today, you didn't just hop in a car. You took a train to the end of the line, then you hired a mule, and then, when the mule couldn't go any further, you walked. For days. The isolation wasn't just physical, it was absolute. There were no cell phones to check the news, no radios to hear a friendly voice. If you got sick out here, you either got better or you died. If you broke your leg, it was a life sentence. The nearest doctor was a 3-day ride through terrain that would kill a horse. To the wealthy investors sitting in their clubs in New York or Chicago, looking at photographs of this timber, this place looked like a gold mine. It was resources waiting to be harvested. To the poets and the painters, it looked like paradise, a pristine, untouched Eden. But to the men inside, it was a cage with no bars, only miles of crushing wilderness. Imagine that feeling. You are surrounded by beauty, yes, but that beauty is indifferent to you. The mountains don't care if you are cold. The river doesn't care if you drown. And after a week, or a month, or 6 months of seeing nothing but tree bark and mud, the walls start to close in. Psychologists today talk about sensory deprivation or the effects of confinement on the human mind. We see it in prisoners in solitary confinement. We see it in researchers in Antarctica. The mind needs variety. It needs stimulation. When you strip that away and replace it with the repetitive, back-breaking monotony of swinging an axe against a wall of wood that never seems to end, the mind starts to eat itself. The silence of the woods is not quiet. It's loud. It amplifies your own thoughts. It amplifies your grievances. Small annoyances, the way a man chews his tobacco, the way the foreman looks at you, the draft in the cabin, stop being annoyances. They become obsessions. In this camp, 40 men were living on top of each other in rough-built shanties. They slept in bunks filled with straw and lice. They smelled of unwashed wool and sweat. And outside that thin wooden wall was the dark, infinite forest, pressing in on all sides. There was no escape. The only way out was to work your contract, get your money, and walk back to civilization. But what happens when the one thing keeping you sane, the promise of that money, starts to slip away? What happens when the cage door locks and you realize the key is in the pocket of a man who doesn't respect you? To answer that, we have to look at the prisoners of this green hell. Who were they? Who signs up for a job that breaks your back for pennies a day? They were known as timber beasts. That wasn't an insult thrown at them by the newspapers. It was a badge of honor they wore themselves. Because to survive this work, you had to be something more than a man. You had to be part machine, part animal. The workforce of a Kentucky logging camp in the 1880s was a motley collection of humanity's drift. The Civil War had ended only 22 years prior. Many of the older men in the camp were veterans. They had seen the horrors of Shiloh or Antietam. They carried shrapnel in their legs and ghosts in their heads. They were men who had learned that life was cheap and that violence was a valid way to solve a problem. Then you had the immigrants, Irish, Swedish, German. Men who had crossed an ocean with nothing but the clothes on their backs, chasing the American dream, only to find themselves hacking at trees in a language they barely understood. And finally, the locals, the mountain men. People who had been born in the shadow of these peaks, who knew the woods better than they knew the Bible. But despite their differences, the camp ground them all down into the same shape. The work was brutal in a way that is hard for us to comprehend today. We have chainsaws, we have heavy machinery, we have OSHA regulations. They had nothing but muscle and physics. A standard day began at 4 a.m. Breakfast was a heavy, greasy affair. Biscuits, pork fat, beans, coffee thick enough to float a horseshoe. By 5 a.m., they were in the woods. Imagine cutting down a tree the size of a lighthouse using only a handsaw. 2 men, one on each end of a 7-foot steel blade known as a misery whip. Pull, push, pull, push, for 12 hours. Your shoulders burn, your hands blister, then calloused, then bleed, then calloused again until they feel like leather gloves. And the danger was constant. These trees weighed tons. When they fell, they didn't just tip over nicely. They crashed. They shattered other trees. Branches the size of telephone poles would snap off and come rocketing down. They called them widowmakers for a reason. If you were standing in the wrong spot, you didn't just get hurt. You were erased. Men were crushed. Men were decapitated by snapping cables. Men lost feet to slipping axe heads. And if you got hurt, you were fired. There was no workers' compensation. There was no sick leave. If you couldn't swing the axe, you were dead weight. This created a specific type of psychology, a hardness. You couldn't afford to be soft. You couldn't afford to care too much. You worked, you ate, you slept, and you prayed you didn't die. But there was a glue that held this volatile mix of men together. It wasn't friendship, necessarily, and it certainly wasn't loyalty to the company. It was the paycheck. They were enduring this hell for a reason. $1.50 to $2 a day. That sounds like a joke to us, but in 1887, $1 a day was a living wage. A season in the woods could mean paying off the farm back home. It could mean buying a wedding ring. It could mean a fresh start in the West. Every swing of the axe was an investment in the future. They were banking their sweat, expecting a return. They trusted the system. They trusted that if they did the work, they would get the reward. It's the fundamental social contract of civilization, labor for capital. But in this camp, there was a middleman between the labor and the capital. A man who sat in the warm office while they froze in the woods. A man who held the ledger and, more importantly, held the keys to the company store. And this man, well, let's just say he didn't see these workers as partners. He saw them as assets, and depreciating ones at that. There is an old song made famous by Tennessee Ernie Ford. You probably know the chorus. St. Peter, don't you call me 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. We tap our feet to it. It's a catchy tune. But the reality behind those lyrics was a system of economic entrapment so effective it was practically slavery by another name. Here is how it worked. The logging camp was an island. As we established, it was miles from the nearest town. That meant you couldn't just pop down to the local market to buy tobacco or new boots or a bar of soap. You had to buy it from the camp, and the camp had a store. This store was run by the company and overseen by the camp chief. And since they had a monopoly, literally the only shop within a 3-day walk, they could set the prices. Need a new pair of boots because yours rotted off your feet in the mud? That will be $5. In town, they might cost $2. But you are not in town. You are here. Want a tin of tobacco to calm your nerves after a near-death experience with a falling oak? That's double the market rate. But here is the catch. You didn't pay with cash. You didn't have any cash. You were working on credit. The cost of your purchases was deducted from your future wages. The chief would open the big leather-bound ledger, find your name, and scribble a number in the debit column. It sounds convenient, but it was a trap. Many of these men arrived at the camp already in debt. The company had paid for their train ticket. The company had paid for their tools. So before they even swung an axe for the first time, they were already in the hole. Week after week, they worked. Week after week, they bought necessities. And week after week, the chief tallied the numbers. The camp chief in this story is a figure who has been largely lost to history, reduced to a title. We don't know if he was inherently evil or just a bureaucrat doing his job. But to the men, he was a dictator. He lived in the main cabin, which was slightly better built than the others. He ate better food. He wore clean clothes. While the men were covered in sap and mud, he smelled of paper and ink. He represented the company, the distant, faceless entity that owned the trees, the land, and seemingly the men themselves. Tensions in the camp usually simmered at a low boil. Grievances about the quality of the beans or the sharpness of the saws. But in the winter of 1887, something shifted. The ledger wasn't balancing. Rumors started to circulate, whispers in the bunkhouse after the lights went out. "Have you seen your tally?" one man would ask. "He charged me for a broken axe handle I didn't break," another would reply. "He says I only worked 5 days last week. I worked 6. Paranoia is a powerful poison. In the isolation of the mountains, it spreads like wildfire. The men began to suspect that the game was rigged, that no matter how hard they worked, the debt column was growing faster than the credit column. They weren't just working for free, they were paying for the privilege of breaking their backs. And then, the rumor changed. It stopped being about small errors. It became something much more dangerous. The rumor was that the company was broke, that the payroll train wasn't coming, that the chief was hoarding what little cash was left, planning to pack up and leave them stranded in the winter with nothing to show for months of labor but broken bodies and empty pockets. This wasn't just unfairness anymore, this was theft. This was survival. And when you back a timber beast into a corner and threaten to take the food out of his mouth, he doesn't hire a lawyer. He reaches for the nearest sharp object. The spark that lit the fuse wasn't a speech. It wasn't a grand declaration of war. It was a piece of paper. It was a chilly afternoon just a few days before the massacre. A group of the most vocal workers, the ringleaders, though they probably didn't see themselves that way yet, approached the main cabin. They wanted to see the books. They wanted to settle up. This was a standard procedure. A worker had the right to check his standing. But on this day, the mood was different. The air was thick with that specific kind of static electricity you feel before a thunderstorm. They walked into the office. The chief was there, likely surrounded by his small circle of loyalists, clerks, foremen, men whose paychecks depended on maintaining the status quo. According to the accounts that survived, the conversation started civilly. "How much am I owed?" The chief opened the ledger. He ran his finger down the column. "After deductions for room, board, tools, and the advance, you owe us $3. Silence. Imagine the sound of a heart breaking, followed immediately by the sound of blood boiling. This man had worked for 2 months. He had risked his life daily. He had missed his family. And he was being told that mathematically he had paid the company for the privilege of working there. It wasn't just him. Another man stepped up. "And me? $4 balance due." A third man. "What about my overtime?" "Not recorded. You didn't meet the quota." It wasn't a fortune they were fighting for. The total amounts in dispute, adjusted for inflation, would be a few $100s today. It was barely enough to buy a train ticket. But when you have nothing, barely enough becomes everything. It becomes the difference between going home a hero and going home a beggar. The men left the office. They didn't shout. They didn't flip the table. Not yet. They went back to the bunkhouses. And that is where the poison truly set in. If you have ever been in a toxic workplace, you know how these conversations go. But imagine there is no HR department. Imagine there is no home to go to at 5 p.m. You are stuck there with the people who are just as angry as you are. The bunkhouse became a pressure cooker. The men sat on their bunks, sharpening their tools. The rhythmic sound of a whetstone on steel, shk, 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 became the soundtrack of the evening. "He's lying," someone said. "He's pocketing the difference," said another. "He thinks we're stupid. He thinks because we can't read his fancy writing, we can't count." The narrative shifted. The chief wasn't just a boss anymore. He was a thief, a villain, a monster who was stealing the food from their children's mouths. And the chief? He made a fatal error. He underestimated them. He assumed that because he had the authority and the ledger and the backing of the company, he was safe. He assumed these men were just dumb labor. He didn't realize he was sitting on a pile of dynamite and he had just lit a match. He sent word that anyone who wasn't satisfied could leave. But they couldn't leave. Leaving meant walking 50 miles with no money and no food. They were trapped. So the logic of the desperate took over. If the law won't help us, we make our own law. If the ledger says we are broke, we burn the ledger. If the chief stands in our way, well, the plan wasn't written down. It wasn't voted on. It emerged organically from the rage. It was a collective understanding that spread through the camp like a virus. Tomorrow night, we take what is ours. The sun sets early in the mountains. By 4:30 p.m., the hollow is already plunged into shadow. The temperature drops like a stone. On the evening of the massacre, the weather turned. A cold drizzle began to fall, turning the dirt paths of the camp into a slick, freezing mud. It was the kind of weather that drives men indoors, huddled around the cast-iron stoves, seeking warmth. If you were a bird flying over the camp that night, you would have seen the glow of oil lamps in the windows. You would have seen the smoke curling from the chimneys. It looked domestic. It looked normal. But inside the bunkhouses, the routine had broken. Usually the evenings were filled with noise. Men playing cards, playing the fiddle, telling tall tales, mending their clothes. Tonight, the fiddle was in its case. The cards were in the box. The men were waiting. There is a psychological phenomenon called group polarization. When a group of like-minded people discuss a grievance, their views don't just stay the same, they become more extreme. The angry man becomes furious, the violent man becomes murderous, and the hesitant man, he gets swept along, afraid to be the only one standing still when the wave crashes. In the main cabin, the chief and his supporters, about 10 or 12 men, were also aware that something was wrong. You can feel it when 40 men stop talking to you. You can feel the eyes on your back. They barricaded the door. Not a heavy fortification, just a heavy wooden beam dropped into place. They checked their weapons, a few revolvers, a shotgun. They were nervous, but they were confident. They were the authority. They believed that the hierarchy of the world would protect them. Workers don't attack bosses. It just isn't done. They'll cool off by morning, someone probably said. Just let them sleep it off. But sleep was not on the agenda. Around 8 p.m., the movement started. It wasn't a military formation. It was a mob. A dark, amorphous shape moving through the rain. They didn't carry torches. They didn't need them. They knew every inch of this ground. They carried the tools of their trade. In the hands of a skilled logger, a double-bitted axe is an extension of the arm. It is balanced perfectly. It is razor-sharp, literally sharp enough to shave with. These men spent 12 hours a day swinging these heavy blades. They had the muscle memory to hit a specific spot on a tree trunk within a fraction of an inch, over and over again. Now, they were adjusting their grip. They weren't aiming for pine bark. They gathered outside the main cabin. The rain pattered against the brims of their hats. The mud squelched under their boots. Inside, the chief heard them. The heavy thud of 40 pairs of boots stopping at once. The murmur of voices. He stood up from his desk. He walked to the door. He didn't open it. He shouted through the thick wood, "Go back to your bunks. We will discuss this in the morning." A voice from the outside answered, We don't know whose voice it was. Maybe it was the man who was told he owed $3. Maybe it was the man whose children were hungry back home. "We are done talking," the voice said. "Open the door. This is company property," the chief yelled back. "You are trespassing." It is almost tragic. He was still trying to use the language of business. He was still trying to invoke property rights. He didn't realize that those laws had evaporated the moment the sun went down. There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence in the freezing rain, and then the sound of the first blow. Thwack! It wasn't a knock. It was the sound of steel biting into wood. The door to the main cabin was built from solid oak planks, 2 inches thick. It was designed to keep out bears and the winter wind. It was not designed to withstand a siege. Inside the cabin, the sound must have been deafening. The wood didn't just vibrate, it groaned. Splinters flew inward. "Stop that! I'll shoot!" the chief screamed. He pulled a revolver from his desk drawer. A Smith & Wesson likely. Heavy, reliable, deadly. But he hesitated. And this is a crucial moment. Why did he hesitate? Because shooting a man is not easy, even for a hard man in a hard time. To pull that trigger is to cross a line from which there is no return. If he fired, he wasn't just defending himself. He was starting a war he couldn't win. He had 6 bullets. There were 40 men outside. "Open it, or we'll bring the roof down on your heads," the mob roared. The supporters inside, the clerks, the foremen, were backing away from the door, pressing themselves against the far walls. Their eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering lamplight. They were realizing, perhaps for the first time, that their authority was a fiction. It only existed as long as the majority agreed to it. The majority had just revoked their consent. Another blow. Crack. The heavy wooden bar holding the door shut began to splinter. The iron hinges shrieked under the strain. "We want our money! We want what's ours!" The shouting wasn't coherent anymore. It was a cacophony of rage. It was the sound of men who had been pushed too far, letting go of the leash. The chief aimed at the door. His hand was shaking, not from fear perhaps, but from the adrenaline dumping into his system. Bang! He fired. A warning shot? A panic shot? The bullet punched through the wood near the top of the door frame. Outside, the mob didn't scatter. They didn't run. If anything, the gunshot had the opposite effect. It validated them. It proved that the company was trying to kill them. It turned a labor dispute into a battle for survival. "They're shooting! Get 'em!" The axes swung harder now. Not just one man, but 3 or 4, hacking at the door, the window frames, the walls themselves. The cabin was being dismantled from the outside in. Imagine the terror of those inside. The walls that protected you are literally being chopped away. The sanctuary is becoming a coffin. The door gave way with a sickening crunch. It fell inward, hanging by one twisted hinge. For a second, there was a stillness, a tableau. On one side, the dark, rain-soaked figures of the workers, their breath steaming in the cold air, axes raised like executioners. On the other side, the chief and his men, bathed in the warm yellow light of the oil lamps, holding their feeble guns. It was the collision of 2 worlds, the haves and the have-nots, the managers and the managed. And then, a man from the mob stepped over the threshold. He didn't say a word. He just raised his axe. The chief fired again. The muzzle flash illuminated the room for a split second. The man stumbled, but he didn't fall. The mob surged forward like a dam breaking. The time for talking was over. The time for the ledger was over. Now it was time for the iron. Before we describe what happened inside that room, we need to pause. We need to look at the instruments of this tragedy. In a modern crime scene, you expect to find 9mm casings, maybe a knife. In 1887, the weapons were agricultural, and that makes them infinitely more horrifying. The primary weapon was the double-bitted axe. This is a tool that weighs about 3 to 5 pounds. The head is solid steel. One side is ground to a razor edge for felling, cutting across the grain. The other side is slightly thicker, used for limbing, chopping through knots and branches. When swung by a man who does this for a living, the tip of that axe is traveling at over 50 miles per hour. The force at the point of impact is tremendous. An axe is designed to split oak. It is designed to shatter the density of hardwood that has stood for centuries. It does not distinguish between wood and bone. A skull offers about as much resistance to a logging axe as a melon offers to a sledgehammer. Then there were the knives. Every logger carried a belt knife. These weren't pocket knives. These were tools used for skinning game, cutting rope, eating dinner. Fixed blades, carbon steel, honed on the same stones as the axes. And the guns. The firearms of this era were not the precision instruments we have today. They were heavy, black powder beasts. When you fired a revolver in a closed room in 1887, you didn't just get a bullet. You got a cloud of sulfurous smoke that instantly blinded everyone. The fog of war wasn't a metaphor here. It was literal. After the second or third shot, visibility in that cabin would have dropped to zero. The lamps were likely knocked over or extinguished in the scuffle. So, imagine this fight. Pitch darkness. The air filled with choking, stinging smoke. The smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and gunpowder. And in that blackness, the sound of axes whistling through the air. You couldn't see who you were hitting. You couldn't see if it was the chief, or a friend, or your own brother. You just swung. You swung because if you stopped, the next blow might land on you. It became a frenzy, a meat grinder. The forensic reconstruction of 19th century massacres is difficult because the pathology reports were primitive. But accounts from similar events describe wounds that are hard to even read about. Severed limbs, crushed rib cages, men shot at point-blank range, the powder burns tattooing their skin. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a shootout at high noon. It was a butchery in a closet. The energy released in that room was primal. It was the release of months of repressed anger, exhaustion, and humiliation. They weren't just attacking a person. They were attacking the source of their misery. They were trying to chop their way out of the trap. But in the dark, with adrenaline pumping, precision is the first thing to go. And chaos takes the wheel. The battle for the main cabin lasted maybe 5 minutes. But for those inside, it must have felt like a lifetime. The mob poured through the broken door like water rushing into a sinking ship. The room was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet. Suddenly, it held 30 screaming men. The chief had retreated behind his heavy oak desk. He fired blindly into the mass of bodies. One man went down, clutching his shoulder. Another dropped to his knees, screaming. But the momentum was unstoppable. The desk, the symbol of his authority, the altar of the ledger, was overturned. It crashed against the wall, spilling ink and papers everywhere. The chief was swarmed. We don't need to describe every blow. Your imagination is doing that work right now. But the result was absolute. The man who had held their lives in his hands was gone, lost under a flurry of boots and fists and steel. But the violence didn't stop with him. The clerks, the foreman, the men who had stood by him, realized too late that there was no mercy in the room. They tried to fight back. They swung chairs. They used firewood as clubs. One of the foremen, a man named Miller, according to some accounts, managed to smash a window. He dove out into the mud, glass shards tearing at his clothes. "Run!" he screamed. "They're killing everyone!" This scream changed the dynamic of the night. Up until this moment, the violence was contained. It was focused on the office. It was a mutiny. But when Miller ran, the mob turned into a hunting party. "Don't let them get away. They'll bring the law. Get the witnesses." The logic of the massacre shifted again. Now, it wasn't about revenge. It was about cover-up. It was about silencing anyone who could point a finger. The attackers spilled out of the cabin, their chests heaving, their weapons slick. They looked into the darkness of the camp. There were other men in the camp, cooks, stable hands, workers who hadn't joined the mob. Men who had stayed in their bunks, pulling the blankets over their heads, praying the storm would pass. But now the storm was coming for them. The paranoia said, "If you aren't with us, you're against us." The paranoia said, "If you saw what we did, you are a threat." The attackers split up. They moved toward the stables. They moved toward the supply shed. The lights in the other cabins were quickly snuffed out. The camp went dark. And then the chase began. The forest, which had been a prison, suddenly became the only hope for survival. Miller, the foreman who jumped through the window, didn't stop running. He scrambled up the muddy bank behind the cabins. He was barefoot, he was bleeding, but fear is a powerful fuel. He wasn't alone. 3 or 4 others had managed to slip away in the confusion. They scattered like quail. But running in a Kentucky forest at night is not like running on a track. It is a nightmare of obstacles. Roots snag your ankles. Thorny vines, greenbrier and blackberry tear at your skin like barbed wire. Ravines open up suddenly in the dark, dropping 10 or 20 feet into rocky creek beds. And behind them, they could hear the pursuers. The mob wasn't moving quietly anymore. They were shouting, calling out names. "Come out, Miller. We just want to talk." There's nowhere to go. It is a terrifying psychological game. To be hunted by men you worked with just yesterday. Men whose names you know. Men whose families you asked about. Miller hid in a hollowed-out chestnut stump. He pressed himself into the rotting wood, holding his breath. He could hear the heavy footsteps squelching in the mud just yards away. He could hear the heavy breathing of a man standing right there, axe in hand, listening. The darkness was total. The rain masked the sound of breathing, but it also masked the sound of the approach. Imagine the sensory deprivation. You can't see. You can't trust your ears. You are cold, wet, and convinced that the next second will be your last. Somewhere to the east, a gunshot echoed. A scream cut short. They had found someone. The realization hit the survivors. This wasn't just a beating. This was an extermination. The mob had crossed the Rubicon. They knew that if one witness survived to reach the town, they would all hang. The only safety lay in total silence. So they hunted. They checked the stables. They poked their pitchforks into the haylofts. They checked the tool sheds. For an hour, the woods were alive with this deadly game of hide and seek. But eventually, the adrenaline of the attackers began to fade. The cold rain soaked through their rage. The sheer physical exhaustion of the day, combined with the explosion of violence, took its toll. The shouting died down. The footsteps became less frequent. The woods returned to their natural state, silent, indifferent, vast. Miller stayed in that stump for hours. He didn't move until his muscles cramped. He didn't move until the gray light of dawn began to filter through the canopy. He was alive, but he was alone, and he was miles from help. There is a specific kind of hangover that comes after extreme violence. It isn't caused by alcohol. It is a chemical crash. For an hour, the men of the mob were running on pure cortisol and norepinephrine. They were gods of vengeance. They felt no cold, no pain, no fear, but physiology always collects its debt. As the fires in the stoves burned down to embers, the reality of the situation began to settle over the camp like a shroud. The men retreated back to the bunkhouses, not to celebrate. There were no cheers. There were no toasts. They sat on the edges of their bunks, staring at their hands. Hands that were stained dark. Hands that were trembling uncontrollably. "What did we do?" someone whispered. "We had to," another replied, but his voice lacked conviction. "He was going to starve us. But we killed him. We killed them." The justification, the righteous anger, was starting to crumble under the weight of the corpse in the main cabin. Adrenaline masks pain, but adrenaline eventually fades. And then, the reality sets in. One worker looked down and realized his own leg was gashed open. He hadn't even felt it happen. Another was nursing a broken hand. The physical toll was emerging, but the psychological toll was heavier. They were now murderers. in the eyes of the law, in the eyes of God, and perhaps most terrifyingly, in the eyes of each other. A strange dynamic began to form. They were bound together now by a blood pact they hadn't signed. They couldn't leave. They couldn't turn each other in. They were stuck in this room with these people forever. The trust was gone. If he could kill the chief with an axe, could he kill me to keep me quiet? Paranoia returned, but this time it was different. It wasn't directed at the boss. It was directed inward. Outside, the rain turned to snow. The temperature plummeted. The bodies lay where they fell, in the mud, in the office, in the brush. The camp, usually a place of snoring and shifting bodies, was wide awake. 40 men lying in the dark, listening to the wind, replaying the last hour in their heads. Every creak of the wood sounded like a sheriff's footstep. Every howl of a wolf sounded like a scream. They knew the morning would come. They knew the sun would rise and illuminate what they had done. The darkness had been their accomplice, hiding the details. The light would be their judge. They waited, and the silence of the Kentucky mountains, usually so peaceful, felt like the holding cell of a death row. Dawn in the mountains is usually beautiful. The sun hits the peaks first, turning the mist into a glowing gold river. But on the morning of the aftermath, the sun didn't bring warmth. It brought clarity, and clarity was the last thing these men wanted. As the light crept into the valley, the full extent of the horror was revealed. The main cabin was a ruin. The door was gone. The windows were shattered. Inside, it looked less like a room and more like a slaughterhouse floor. The ledger, the object of all that rage, was found trampled into the bloody floorboards, its pages torn and soaked. The chief's body was moved, not out of respect, but out of necessity. They wrapped him in a canvas tarp. It was a grim task. The men who did it didn't look at his face. They couldn't. Outside, the rain had washed some of the blood into the soil, but the mud was still stained a rusty brown. There were deep gouges in the door frames where axes had missed their marks. There were shell casings glinting in the dirt. The camp was silent. The steam donkey engine was cold. The horses in the stable were restless, sensing the death in the air. The workers emerged from the bunkhouses like ghosts. They moved slowly. They didn't make eye contact. What do you do the morning after a mutiny? Do you go to work? Do you pick up the axe, the same axe you used as a weapon last night, and go back to chopping trees? It seems insane, but that is exactly what some of them did. Habit is a powerful thing, and denial is even stronger. A few men actually walked toward the tree line, tools in hand. Maybe they thought if they just kept working, they could pretend it didn't happen. Maybe they thought if they looked busy, the consequences wouldn't find them. But most just wandered aimlessly. They were waiting. They knew Miller had escaped. They knew he was out there, and they knew what that meant. The clock was ticking. It wasn't a question of if the law would come. It was a question of when. They started to pack, not in a panic, but with a strange, lethargic resignation. They stuffed their few belongings into sacks, a spare shirt, a tin cup, a picture of a wife they might never see again. Some slipped away into the woods, hoping to disappear before the sheriff arrived. They chose the fugitive life. Others stayed. Perhaps they felt they had nowhere to go. Perhaps they thought they could talk their way out of it. It was self-defense they rehearsed. He shot first. The camp, once a hive of industry, was now a graveyard waiting for the undertaker. And miles away, the undertaker was already being summoned. While the camp sat in its stupor, Miller was moving. He had been running, walking, and crawling for 8 hours. He was barefoot. His feet were shredded by rocks and thorns. The cold mud had numbed his toes to the point where he couldn't feel them anymore, which was probably a mercy. He wasn't running just to save his own life anymore. He was running on a mission. He had to reach the railhead. The distance was roughly 20 miles. In a car, that's 30 minutes. On foot, through untamed Appalachian wilderness, in the snow and mud. It is a marathon of pain. He avoided the trails. He knew that if the mob had sent riders after him, the trails were death traps. He stuck to the ridges, moving parallel to the creek. Every snap of a twig made him freeze. Every shadow looked like a man with an axe. He was hallucinating from exhaustion. The trees seemed to be leaning in, whispering. The wind sounded like voices. But he kept moving. Why? Because he was the witness. He carried the truth. If he died in these woods, the story died with him. The chief would just be another man who vanished in the mountains. The company would write it off as an accident. He reached the edge of the small settlement near the train tracks around noon. He must have looked like a monster. Covered in mud, clothes torn to rags, dried blood on his face. He stumbled into the general store, the only place with a telegraph or a telephone line to the county seat. The shopkeeper looked up, terrified. "Good God, man. What happened?" Miller collapsed onto a crate. He gasped out the words that would bring the hammer down. "They killed him. They killed them all. Send the sheriff." The message went out over the wire. Dots and dashes traveling instantly across the miles that had taken him all night to cross. "Trouble at Camp 4. Send deputies. Urgent." In the county seat, the sheriff read the telegram. He didn't ask questions. He didn't wait. In 1887, the law didn't come with sirens and flashing lights. It came on horseback, heavily armed. The sheriff gathered a posse. He deputized men on the spot. "Bring your Winchester," he said. "We have a war in the woods." They rode out within the hour. Miller watched them go. He didn't go back. He never went back. But the wheels of justice, slow, grinding, and often brutal, had been set in motion. The posse arrived at the camp 2 days later. They expected a fight. They rode in with rifles raised, spread out in a skirmish line. But they didn't find a fortress. They found a ghost town. Most of the workers had fled. The ones who remained were the broken ones, the old, the injured, or the ones who simply didn't have the will to run. They offered no resistance. They surrendered their axes and their few pitiful firearms. The investigation that followed was less CSY and more Wild West. The sheriff wasn't interested in fingerprints. He wasn't interested in motive. He looked at the body of the chief, still wrapped in the tarp. He looked at the blood on the floor. "Who did this?" he asked. Silence. I said, "Who did this? If you don't speak, you all hang." This is where the law of the frontier gets complicated. In a modern court, you need to prove who struck the fatal blow. You need to prove intent. You need individual culpability. But in 1887, there was a concept known as joint enterprise. If you were part of the mob, you were guilty of the murder. It didn't matter if you swung the axe or just held the lantern. You were there. You were complicit. But identifying them was a nightmare. The men who stayed claimed they were asleep. They claimed they saw nothing. They claimed strangers came out of the woods. It was a wall of silence. But the law has ways of breaking walls. They arrested everyone. They chained them together and marched them back to town. It was a long, humiliating procession. The timber beasts, now shackled like animals. The trial was swift. The newspapers had a field day. They painted the workers as savages, anarchists, monsters of the forest. The nuance of the debt, the starvation, the unfairness that didn't sell papers. Axe murderers sold papers. Miller testified. He pointed fingers. That one was there. That one held the door. But even he couldn't be sure in the dark. In the end, justice was messy. A few men were sentenced to hard labor. A few were acquitted for lack of evidence. But the ringleaders, the ones who actually struck the blows, most of them were never caught. They vanished into the West. They changed their names. They melted into the vastness of America. In the mountains, there is the law of the book and the law of the blood. They rarely speak the same language. The law of the book said justice was served. Some men went to prison. The case was closed. But the law of the blood knew the truth. The real perpetrators, the rage, the desperation, the system that pushed them, walked free. And the men who went to prison, they weren't the villains. They were just the ones who got caught standing still when the music stopped. So, what did the company do? You might expect that after a tragedy like this, a massacre of their own management, a destruction of their property, there would be a reckoning, a change in policy, maybe even a memorial. You would be wrong. To the lumber barons sitting in their mahogany-paneled boardrooms in Chicago or Philadelphia, this event was not a tragedy. It was a line item. It was a write-off. The telegram arrived. Operations suspended at Camp 4 due to labor unrest. Manager deceased. Equipment damaged. They didn't weep for the chief. He was an employee. He was replaceable. They didn't weep for the workers. They were tools. They were replaceable. The only thing that mattered was the timber. The trees were still standing. The asset was still there. Within 2 weeks, a new manager was hired. He was likely given a slightly higher salary, hazard pay. He was given a new ledger. New workers were recruited. They pulled them from the cities, from the arriving boats at Ellis Island. Job opening in Kentucky, the flyers said. Good wages, fresh air. They didn't mention the axes. They didn't mention the blood soaked into the floorboards of the cabin they would be sleeping in. The families of the dead? They got nothing. No pension, no apology. If anything, the company likely sent a bill to the widows for the unrecovered debt of their dead husbands. This is the cold, hard math of the industrial age. The machine does not stop for the individual. It grinds on. The camp reopened before the winter was even out. The new men slept in the same bunks. They ate at the same tables. Did they know? Maybe they found a dark stain on the wood that wouldn't scrub out. Maybe they found a notch in a door frame and wondered what made it. But they didn't ask. You don't ask questions when you need the money. The lumber from that season, the trees cut by the men who replaced the murderers, was shipped down the river. It was milled into planks. It built houses in Cincinnati. It built barns in Indiana. People lived in those houses. They raised children within those walls. They had no idea that the wood surrounding them was harvested in the shadow of a massacre. This is the terrifying resilience of commerce. It absorbs horror and turns it into profit. The story of the massacre faded. It became a local legend, then a rumor, then just a ghost story told to scare children. Don't go into the hollow at night, or the timber beasts will get you. But the real beast wasn't in the woods. It was in the ledger. And the ledger was open for business again. We need to step back from the history for a moment and look at the psychology. Because what happened in that camp wasn't just a labor dispute. It was a breakdown of the human mind. We have a name for it in pop culture, cabin fever. We smile when we say it. We think of Jack Nicholson in The Shining. But the clinical reality is much darker. The medical term is often linked to amok syndrome, a sudden, unprovoked outburst of violence by a person who has been under intense social pressure or isolation. When you put men in a confined space, remove their autonomy, strip them of their individuality, and subject them to constant, repetitive stress, you are rewiring their brains. The brain starts to look for threats. It becomes hypervigilant. In the 1880s, they called it mountain madness or bunkhouse psychosis. Think about the sensory environment. For months, these men saw the same 40 faces. They heard the same voices. They smelled the same smells. There was no privacy. If you wanted to cry, you couldn't. If you wanted to scream, you couldn't. You had to bottle it up. And that bottle has a pressure limit. When the chief denied them their wages, he didn't just take their money. He took their hope. He took the one thing that allowed them to tolerate the intolerable. Without the promise of a reward, the suffering became meaningless. And meaningless suffering is the mother of violence. It's the same psychological mechanism we see in prison riots. It's not about the bad food, it's about the loss of agency. It's about the need to assert control over something, even if that something is the act of destruction. When the mob attacked the cabin, they weren't just killing a boss, they were killing the system. They were smashing the cage. For those few minutes of violence, they were free. They were powerful. They were gods of their own destiny. And then, the crash. It is a tragedy of human nature. We are social animals, but we are also territorial predators. And when you trap a predator in a corner, it doesn't negotiate. It bites. The lumber camp massacre is a perfect bloody case study of what happens when you treat humans like machines. Eventually, the gears strip, the boiler explodes, and the shrapnel hits everyone. If you go to those coordinates today, you won't find the camp. You won't find the main cabin. You won't find the bunkhouses. You certainly won't find the ledger. The forest is efficient. It cleans up its own messes. Wood rots, iron rusts, bones turn to dust. Within 10 years of the camp closing, the roof of the main cabin would have collapsed. Within 20 years, the walls would have been little more than mounds of mossy compost. Today, that hollow is just trees again. There might be a slight depression in the ground where the cellar used to be. You might, if you are very lucky and have a metal detector, find a rusted axe head or a handful of spent shell casings buried under a century of leaf litter. But the screams are gone. The blood is gone. Nature has done what it always does. It has healed the wound. It is strange to stand in a place where you know something terrible happened and feel nothing. Just the wind, just the birds. The trees that grow there now are the great-grandchildren of the trees that witnessed the massacre. They don't remember. But the history is there if you know how to look for it. It's in the archives of the local courthouse. It's in the yellowed newspaper clippings. It's in the genealogy of families who wonder why their great-grandfather went west and never wrote back. The forest reclaims the physical evidence, but it cannot reclaim the story. That is our job. We are the memory keepers. We are the ones who dig up the ghosts and ask them what happened. Because if we don't, then those men, the ones who died and the ones who killed, truly vanish. They become just another layer of sediment in the geology of the Appalachian Mountains. They deserve to be remembered, not as heroes, not as villains, but as men. Men who were pushed too far, men who broke, men who lived and died by the sound of iron. The lumber camp massacre of 1887 is not a famous story. It isn't taught in schools. It hasn't been made into a Hollywood movie. It is a footnote. A small, ugly stain on the vast tapestry of American history. But in that small stain, we see the entire picture of an era. We see the brutality of the Industrial Revolution. We see the desperation of the working class. We see the terrifying isolation of the frontier, and we see the darkness that lies within the human heart. We like to think that we are civilized, that we are above this kind of primal violence. But put us in the woods, take away our food, take away our hope, and we are just timber beasts in waiting. Those men went into the woods to build a future. Instead, they built a tragedy. But they did build something else. They built America. The timber they cut, the timber that cost them their souls, went on to build the cities we live in. It framed the houses of the Midwest. It laid the tracks for the railroads. There is a haunting thought I want to leave you with. The wood from that forest, perhaps even the very trees that were standing witness on that bloody night, was harvested. It was milled. It was sold. It built houses that people still live in today. So, somewhere in America, there is a family sitting in a living room. They are laughing. They are safe. And they are completely unaware that the beams above their heads, the floorboards under their feet, hold a secret. They are surrounded by wood that was paid for in blood. Walls that hold the echoes of a scream in their grain. History is not in the past. It is the structure of our present. We are living in the house that they built. And sometimes when the wind blows just right and the house settles, you can almost hear the sound of an axe in the distance. Good night. Imagine 10,000 American coal miners, rifles in hand, marching to wage war in the mountains of West Virginia. They faced a private army armed with machine guns and even airplanes that dropped makeshift bombs from the sky. This wasn't a riot. This was the largest armed uprising in United States history since the Civil War. The question that hangs in the air, thick as coal dust, is why? What could push thousands of ordinary men to the absolute breaking point to aim their guns not at a foreign enemy, but at their own countrymen? The official story is one of labor unrest. But those who lived it knew the truth. It was a war for the very soul of a man. Before the valleys echoed with the rattle of machine guns, there was a different sound. It was the rhythm of a world carved into the ancient mountains of West Virginia, a world of sharp ridges and deep shadowed hollows where the mist clung to the creeks like a shroud. These mountains were a paradox. They were breathtakingly beautiful, a fortress of nature that had long sheltered a proud and independent people. But deep within their rock, they held a treasure that had become a curse: coal. And for the men who mined that coal, the mountains were no longer a sanctuary. They were a cage. A miner's day began and ended in darkness. He would rise before the sun, his wife packing his dinner bucket, and walk to the mine mouth, a black wound in the side of the mountain. He would spend 10, sometimes 12 hours on his hands and knees in a cramped seam of earth, the weight of the whole world pressing down on him. His work was a constant gamble with death from rockfalls, gas explosions, and the slow, suffocating disease of black lung. He did this not for wealth, but for survival, to feed the family waiting for him in a flimsy house he didn't own. That house, you see, belonged to the coal company. So did the church where he prayed, the school his children attended, and the doctor who treated his injuries. Most importantly, the company owned the store. A man wasn't paid in the currency of the United States. He was paid in scrip, a private money printed by his boss, worthless anywhere but the single company store. Prices there were set so high that by the end of the week, his entire wage was swallowed back into the operator's pocket. It was a system of modern-day serfdom, a cradle-to-grave bondage designed to keep a man in perpetual debt. And this kingdom, built on black rock and broken backs, was ruled by force. The coal operators employed private armies of guards, most notoriously the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. These weren't security men. They were gun thugs, mercenaries in fine suits who patrolled the coal camps with rifles cradled in their arms. They were there to enforce the company's law. Their job was to crush any whisper of dissent, to beat any man who spoke of organizing, and to evict his family from their home at a moment's notice, dumping their belongings in the muddy street. This was the calm before the storm, not a peaceful calm, but an oppressive one. It was the heavy, watchful silence of a people pushed to the very edge of their endurance. It was a silence filled with unspoken fears, quiet prayers, and a deep, simmering rage. But change was coming, carried on the wind like a distant rumble of thunder. It came in the form of a simple four-letter word, whispered in the dark of the mines and behind closed doors: union. And that one word was about to set these mountains on fire. To understand the fire in the miners' hearts, you have to dig deeper than a coal seam. You have to go back to the very bedrock of these mountains, to the men who first settled this land. They were Scots-Irish, German, and English pioneers, soldiers who had been paid for their service in the Revolutionary War with land grants. They weren't looking for riches, they were looking for freedom. They carved their homesteads out of the wilderness with an axe and a long rifle, wanting nothing more than a piece of ground to call their own, far from the reach of kings and landlords. Their deed was written in sweat and blood, and their law was self-reliance. But then, the outside world discovered the treasure hidden beneath their feet. The railroad snaked its way up the river valleys, and with it came a new kind of king, industrialists and financiers from New York and Philadelphia. They saw the mountains not as a home, but as a vault to be plundered. They came with smooth words and complex legal documents, buying up mineral rights for pennies on the dollar from folks who could barely read or write. It was the greatest swindle in Appalachian history. The descendants of the pioneers who owned the surface of the land suddenly found themselves trespassers on the wealth that lay beneath it. This land already bore the scars of old divisions. West Virginia itself was born from the Civil War, a state torn from a state because its people refused to follow the Confederacy. That conflict had pitted neighbor against neighbor, brother against brother. It had burned into the mountain psyche a deep suspicion of outside authority and a hardened belief that some fights could only be settled at the end of a rifle barrel. A man's loyalty was to his kin and his hollow, not to some distant government or, God forbid, some company from out of state. And so, the stage was set for a new war, a clash not between North and South, but between two irreconcilable worlds. On one side was the mountaineer, a man whose name was his bond, whose pride was rooted in his independence. On the other was the coal operator, a man who saw land as a commodity and people as an expense on a ledger. This wasn't just a fight over wages, it was a fight over a way of life. It was a battle between the spirit of the pioneer and the ghost of the feudal lord, fought on the very land the pioneers had once bled for. In the claustrophobic world of a company town, there were no secrets, only whispers. The mine foreman was the company's eyes and ears, a man who had often worked his way up from the coal face and now stood between his old friends and his new masters. His reports could get a man fired, or worse, blacklisted, a word that struck terror in the hearts of miners. A man on the blacklist was a ghost. His name was circulated to every mine in the region, ensuring he and his family would starve before he ever found work again. Everyone knew a family that had been broken on the anvil of the blacklist. The air itself was thick with suspicion. The company-paid preacher delivered sermons on the sin of discontent, weaving the words of God into a defense of the operator's greed. At the company store, men would gather on the porch after their shifts, their faces still grey with coal dust, but their conversations were guarded. A friendly question from a stranger could be a trap. The Baldwin-Felts guards, who seemed to be everywhere at once, would lean against the porch posts, their presence a silent threat, turning men's conversations to weather and trifles. Trust eroded faster than a slate roof in a hailstorm. Old wounds festered just beneath the surface. Men still spoke in hushed tones of the strike at Staniford a few years back, where armed guards had fired into a crowd of miners, killing 6. They remembered the Holly Grove strike, where families had been evicted in the dead of winter, their belongings piled up in the snow. These weren't just stories, they were warnings. They were the ghosts of past failures that haunted every secret union meeting, held deep in the woods by the light of a kerosene lamp. This constant pressure cooker of fear and resentment turned minor slights into major grievances. A dispute over the weight of a coal car, a foreman's insult, a family getting better housing because they were loyal to the company. These were the sparks in the powder room. Rumors spread like wildfire through the camps. The union organizers were branded as Reds and Bolsheviks, foreign agitators sent to destroy the American way of life. In turn, the miners whispered that certain foremen were pocketing money by cheating them at the scales, or that the Baldwin-Felts men were responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a union sympathizer. The community was no longer a community. It was a fractured landscape of loyalties and hatreds. Families were divided, old friendships soured. Every man had to choose a side, even if that choice was silence. But in the West Virginia coalfields, silence was a luxury no one could afford for long. The ground was saturated with gasoline, and everyone was just waiting for the match to fall. That year, the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath. The summer was long and brutally hot, the air so thick with coal dust and humidity it felt like you were breathing wool. The creeks ran low and warm. Old-timers, sitting on their porches, noted that the birds had gone quiet in the woods, a silence that felt heavy and unnatural. On moonless nights, a panther would scream from the high ridges, a sound that folk tradition said was a sure omen of death. It was a cry that slid under a man's door and coiled in the pit of his stomach. A feeling was growing in the hollows, a sense that the fragile peace was rotting from within. Then, the human omen arrived. He wasn't a railroad man or a lawyer in a fancy suit. He was a union organizer, a man who came not with a bang, but like a shadow slipping between the company houses after dark. He didn't speak on street corners. He spoke in hushed, urgent tones around kitchen tables to men whose faces were grim in the lamplight. He spoke of dignity, of fairness, of a brotherhood of miners standing together. His words were more dangerous than dynamite because they planted a seed of hope in ground that had long been barren. His presence was an immediate challenge. The Baldwin Felts guards, who had always been a threat, now walked with their hands resting on their pistols, their eyes sweeping over the miners with open contempt. The unspoken tension in the camps became a living thing, a coiled snake ready to strike. A miner's wife didn't need to hear the panther's cry to know what was coming. She saw it in her husband's eyes when he came home from a secret meeting deep in the woods. The exhaustion was still there, etched into his face, but something else had replaced the old resignation. It was a hard, cold resolve, a look that told her he had crossed a line in his own heart. She watched him one evening, cleaning his old hunting rifle with a slow, deliberate care he hadn't shown in years. He wasn't getting ready for deer season. In that quiet, domestic moment, she felt a cold certainty settle over her. The world they knew, with all its hardship and its small, fierce joys, was already dead. All that was left was to wait for the sound of the first gunshot. The company's answer came not in words, but in the splintering of doors. The Stone Mountain Coal Company decided to make an example of the Mingo County strikers, and they brought in their favorite instrument of terror, the Baldwin Felts Detective Agency. A dozen agents, led by the infamous Albert Felts himself, stepped off the train in Matewan. They were professionals, dressed in sharp city suits that looked alien against the dusty backdrop of the town. Their mission was simple and brutal: throw the striking miners and their families out of their company-owned homes. All day, they moved through the camp, kicking in doors, hauling furniture into the street, and leaving women and children weeping in the rain beside their meager possessions. It was a cold, calculated act of humiliation designed to break the men's spirit. But the operators had made a fatal miscalculation. They hadn't accounted for Sid Hatfield. The sheriff of Matewan was not a company man. He was a local, born and raised in the Hollows, a man the miners saw as one of their own. When he heard what was happening, he walked down to the camp alone. He didn't shout or draw his gun. He simply stood before Albert Felts and his armed thugs and told them that what they were doing was illegal. He informed them that in his town, evictions required a court order, which they did not have. For the first time in their lives, the miners saw a lawman stand up not for the company, but for them. The agents, bristling with arrogance and used to having their way, were stunned. They finished their day's dirty work, but a shadow now hung over them. As they prepared to leave on the 5 o'clock train, they walked through the center of town, their path blocked by Sid Hatfield and the town's mayor, Cable Testament. The entire town seemed to be watching from windows and doorways, a silent, grim-faced jury. Felts, enraged at being challenged by a hillbilly sheriff, made a fatal error. He produced a warrant for Sid Hatfield's arrest, a flimsy charge cooked up by the company. It was a blatant power play, an attempt to publicly humiliate and remove the one man who stood in their way. Sid Hatfield just looked at the warrant, then looked into Albert Felts's eyes. He didn't see a lawman. He saw a hired gun trying to impose a foreign tyranny on his home. The mayor declared the warrant was fraudulent. The air grew thick and heavy. Decades of resentment. The memory of every beaten miner, every cheated paycheck, every starving child. It all came to a head in that single supercharged moment on a dusty street in Matewan. The time for talking was over. The insults had been traded, the lines had been drawn. This was the point of no return. It was no longer a dispute over wages or a conflict between a company and its workers. It had become a raw, personal battle between two kinds of law, the cold, corporate law of the gun thug and the fierce, protective law of the mountains. And in the mountains, when a man's honor and his home are threatened, there is only one way to settle the matter. Hands slowly, deliberately, moved towards pistols holstered under coats. The first drops of blood were about to be spilled. No one agrees on who fired first. Maybe it was a nervous agent, maybe a defiant miner hidden in a doorway. In the end, it doesn't matter. A single sharp crack of a pistol shattered the afternoon stillness, and in that instant, the street in Matewan, West Virginia, became a slaughterhouse. That first shot was not an answer, it was a question, and the answer was a deafening, rolling thunder of gunfire from all sides. It wasn't a duel, it was an ambush, a spontaneous volcanic eruption of hate. For the townsfolk peering through their windows, the scene dissolved into a nightmare of smoke and noise. They saw the flash of muzzles, the blur of men dropping behind barrels and ducking into doorways. They saw a man in a fine suit suddenly jerk backward, his hat flying from his head and tumbling into the dust. They saw another man simply crumple, his legs giving way beneath him as if his strings had been cut. The air filled with the screams of men and the hornet swarm of ricocheting bullets. Splinters flew from the doorframes of the hardware store and little puffs of brick dust appeared on the walls of the bank. The chaos lasted less than a minute, but it stretched into an eternity. It was a whirlwind of motion and death, a storm of lead that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The air grew thick and heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder, a fog that momentarily obscured the awful tableau on the ground. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The last shot echoed off the buildings and faded, leaving a silence that was more shocking than the noise it replaced. It was a dead, ringing silence, broken only by the low moan of a wounded man. Slowly, the gun smoke began to clear, revealing the terrible price of that single minute. 10 men lay dead or dying on the ground. Among them was the town's mayor, Cable Testament, cut down in the first volley. And scattered around him, like fallen chess pieces, were the bodies of 7 Baldwin Felts agents. The invincible gun thugs, the company's private army, had been utterly decimated. Albert Felts, the man who had come to break Matewan, lay dead. His brother Lee lay dead beside him. And from the center of that swirling smoke, one man emerged, seemingly untouched by the hailstorm of bullets. It was Sheriff Sid Hatfield. He stood steady, the pistol still warm in his hand, looking out at the carnage he had unleashed. In the eyes of the miners, he was no longer just a lawman. He was an avenger. He was the man who had faced down the devil and won. It's easy to paint the Baldwin Felts men as monsters, as pure evil stepping off a train. But to truly understand the terror they represented, you have to climb inside their heads for a moment. In his own mind, Albert Felts was not a villain. He was a surgeon, and the Union was a cancer growing in the body of American industry. He saw the miners not as men, but as a problem to be solved. They were ignorant, ungrateful children at best, or dangerous foreign Bolsheviks at worst, incapable of understanding what was good for them. He saw himself as the hand of order, a necessary force protecting property and progress from chaos. The violence he dealt was, in his twisted logic, a form of medicine, harsh but essential for the health of the system. The transformation from professional enforcer to killer happened in the space of a heartbeat on that Matewan street. When Sid Hatfield, a local sheriff with mud on his boots, stood up to him, it wasn't just a legal challenge, it was a profound insult to Felts's entire world. His authority, his reputation, and the very foundation of the company's power were being defied by a man he considered his inferior. In that moment, Hatfield ceased to be a lawman in Felts's eyes. He became a symbol of the rebellion, the head of the snake that had to be cut off. The decision to draw a gun wasn't born from a sudden rage, but from a cold, calculated belief that this was the only language these people understood. It was pest control. But the men who pulled the triggers were not the true architects of this tragedy. Miles away, in comfortable offices in Charleston and Philadelphia, the coal operators who had hired Phelps received the news by telegraph. For them, there was no remorse, no pang of conscience for the men who lay dead on both sides. There was only shock and a cold, burning fury. Their primary tool of intimidation, the weapon they had used for years to keep the miners in line, had been shattered. They hadn't just lost a dozen employees, they had lost control. The aftermath in their minds was not a feeling of guilt, but a simple, terrifying calculation. The miners had fought back, and they had won. This could not be allowed to stand. Their response wouldn't be to seek peace, it would be to unleash hell. The beast wasn't dead, it had just been wounded, and a wounded beast is the most dangerous kind of all. The silence that fell over Matewan was heavier than any tombstone. For a long moment, the only movement was the lazy curl of gun smoke in the still afternoon air, and the slow, dark spread of stains on the dusty street. Then, doors creaked open. Faces, pale with shock, peered out. The people of Matewan stepped cautiously from their homes and businesses, drawn to the carnage with a mixture of horror and a grim, unspoken awe. They saw their mayor lying dead, but they also saw the bodies of the Baldwin Felts men, the hated agents who had been the face of their oppression for so long. And in that moment, fear was eclipsed by a fierce, dangerous pride. They had fought back. Sheriff Sid Hatfield didn't stand admiring his work. The adrenaline of the fight was replaced by the cold reality of his duty. He was still the law in Mingo County. He began giving orders, his voice steady, directing men to secure the weapons of the dead agents and to tend to the wounded. For the miners who had fired alongside him, the world had been turned upside down. They were no longer just striking workers. They were killers in the eyes of the state, but heroes in the eyes of their own people. They had crossed a river of blood, and they knew there was no going back. The story of the shootout didn't just spread, it exploded. The telegraph wires hummed with the news. In coal camps up and down the Tug Fork River, the tale was told and retold, growing with each telling. Sid Hatfield's name became a legend overnight, a whispered prayer of defiance. He was the lawman who couldn't be bought, the gunman who couldn't be beaten. He was their David who had slain Goliath. The massacre, intended to break the Union, had instead become its most powerful recruiting tool. Men who had been afraid to even speak the word Union now proudly pinned on the badge of the UMWA. But while the miners celebrated their champion, a different kind of storm was gathering in the state capital. The coal operators, enraged and humiliated, demanded vengeance. The governor declared Mingo County to be in a state of insurrection. State police were dispatched not to keep the peace, but to crush the rebellion. A grand jury, stacked with company loyalists, handed down indictments for murder, not just against Sid Hatfield, but against dozens of miners. The full weight of the law, which had always been a tool of the operators, was about to be brought down like a hammer. The hunt was on. The coal companies plastered the state with wanted posters, offering thousands of dollars for the capture of Sid Hatfield, dead or alive. The surviving Baldwin Felts agents, burning with a desire for revenge, poured back into the region, their badges now giving them the legal authority to kill. The fight was no longer confined to one bloody street in Matewan. It had spilled out into the surrounding hills and hollows. The war for Mingo County had begun. The gunsmoke from Matewan settled not just on the ground, but in the hearts of the people of Mingo County, leaving a residue of fear and suspicion that poisoned everything. The county, already scarred by the conflict, split wide open, the crack running through every church, every store, and every family. The lines were drawn not in the dirt, but in glances across a room. At the company store, loyal company men and strikebreakers shopped in the morning. While Union families would wait for the afternoon, the two sides refusing to even breathe the same air. In the saloons, a man's choice of whiskey was less important than the side of the room he chose to drink it on. This was a war fought with whispers as much as with bullets. The company held the power of life and death over the towns. A word from the mine foreman could get a man a better house, an easier job above ground, or it could get him blacklisted forever. Men who had once been friends now looked at each other with distrust, wondering if their neighbor was an informant, trading secrets for a few extra dollars in scrip to feed his hungry children. The pressure was immense, a daily test of loyalty that frayed the very fabric of the community. A suffocating conspiracy of silence descended upon the Hollows. When the state police and company lawyers came asking questions about the Matewan shootout, they were met with a wall of amnesia. Men who had watched the whole thing unfold from 20 feet away suddenly remembered they were in another room, or that the sun was in their eyes. This silence was born of both loyalty and terror. They were protecting Sid Hatfield, their hero, but they were also protecting themselves. They knew the Baldwin Felts agency was not gone, merely regrouping, and its agents were now hunting for witnesses as much as for killers. To speak to the law was to paint a target on your own door. Yet, in this darkness, there were small, defiant acts of courage that burned like candles in a storm. A farmer from up the creek, who was not a miner, would leave a sack of potatoes on the porch of a striking family in the dead of night and never speak of it. A doctor's wife would organize the church women to secretly collect clothes and food for the evicted families living in tent colonies. These were not grand gestures, but they were acts of rebellion that carried the risk of ruin, a quiet testament that the company could own the mines, but it couldn't own everyone's soul. And for every act of courage, there was an act of quiet desperation that looked like cowardice. A man with a sick wife and 6 children, who had been a staunch Union supporter, took a job as a company guard. His old friends spat on the ground as he passed, calling him a traitor and a scab. They didn't see a villain, they saw a man broken by a terrible choice. Mingo County was no longer a community of neighbors. It was a hunting ground, where every man was both the hunter and the hunted, a place at war not just with the coal company, but with itself. The hunt for Sid Hatfield was not a posse of local men riding for justice. It was a corporate invasion force. The Baldwin Felts Agency, its ranks refilled with hardened men eager to avenge their fallen comrades, descended on Mingo County with the full authority of the state behind them. They were no longer just private guards, they were state-sanctioned manhunters. Backed by the governor, they set up machine gun nests on the hillsides overlooking the miners' tent colonies, their sole purpose to intimidate and terrorize. The coal operators' money flowed freely, paying for guns, ammunition, and a network of spies. A handsome reward was placed on Sid Hatfield's head, a sum that could turn a desperate, hungry man against his own neighbor. But Sid wasn't running. In an incredible act of defiance, he continued to walk the streets of Matewan, serving as its sheriff, a pistol on his hip and a calm certainty in his eyes. He was not a fugitive cowering in the woods. He was a king defending his territory, and the mountains and their people were his fortress. Union miners, many of them skilled hunters and Great War veterans, became his unofficial bodyguards. They set up a sophisticated intelligence network, a grapevine telegraph that passed messages from hollow to hollow faster than any telephone. The arrival of any stranger, the movement of any state police patrol was noted and relayed to Sid within minutes. The hunt became a brutal, low-grade guerrilla war fought in the tangled wilderness. Baldwin Felts agents, used to city streets, found themselves clumsy and exposed in the dense Appalachian forest. They would march up a creek bed, only to have a single, unseen rifle crack from the ridgeline, sending them diving for cover. The mountains themselves became a weapon against them. The miners, who had known these woods since they were boys, moved like ghosts through the trees, striking and melting away, leaving the agents frustrated, paranoid, and increasingly vicious. The hunters had become the hunted. It became chillingly clear to the coal operators that they could not capture or kill Sid Hatfield in Mingo County. He was too well protected, too loved, and too at home in the terrain. As long as he was there, he was untouchable. They realized that if the mountain wouldn't come to them, they would have to lure him away from the mountain. They shifted their strategy from brute force to legal trickery, using the very system of law they so often ignored. The trap was set. Phony charges, unrelated to the Matewan shootout, were filed against Sid Hatfield and his friend and deputy, Ed Chambers, in Welch, the county seat of neighboring McDowell County. This was enemy territory, a county completely controlled by anti-union operators where the sheriff was a company man. Sid was summoned to stand trial. He was faced with a terrible choice: ignore the summons and become a true fugitive, confirming the operator's claims that he was an outlaw, or walk willingly into a den of wolves, trusting a justice system he knew was corrupt. Believing in his own innocence and perhaps in the power of his own legend, he chose to face the law. On August the 1st, 1921, Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, deliberately unarmed to show they came in peace, walked with their wives up the steps of the McDowell County Courthouse. They were not met by deputies with handcuffs. They were met by a group of Baldwin Felts agents waiting for them at the top of the stairs. The hunt in the shadows was over. The ambush, in the full light of day, was about to begin. There was no trial for Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers. There was only a verdict, delivered by a volley of pistol fire on the courthouse steps. As their wives watched in horror, the Baldwin Felts agents opened fire. The men never had a chance to speak, to plead, to even raise a hand in their own defense. They were shot down in cold blood, their bodies tumbling down the stone steps of the very building that was meant to represent justice. The assassins, their work done, didn't flee. They calmly turned and surrendered their weapons to the local sheriff, a company man, with the confident smirks of men who knew they were above the law. The trial that followed was not for the murder of Sid Hatfield, but a trial of the system itself. The assassins were charged, of course. A trial was a necessary piece of theatre. But the courtroom in Welch was not a house of justice. It was a stage set for a farce. The coal operators' money paid for a team of the state's most cunning lawyers. Witnesses for the prosecution were threatened, their families intimidated into silence. The defense's argument was a breathtaking piece of fiction, that the dozen armed agents had acted in self-defense against two unarmed men who were accompanied by their wives. The atmosphere in the courtroom was thick with menace. Armed company guards stood along the walls, their gazes fixed on the jury box. The jury, made up of men who either worked for the company or lived in fear of it, heard the testimony under a cloud of unspoken threat. The outcome was never in doubt. It was a foregone conclusion before the first witness was even called. The verdict came as no surprise to anyone in West Virginia. Every single one of the Baldwin Felts agents was found not guilty. They walked out of the courtroom free men, their actions legally sanctioned, their message to the miners now crystal clear. There is no law but our law. There is no justice but our justice. The system hadn't just failed, it had actively looked the other way. It had placed its stamp of approval on a cold-blooded assassination. This was the verdict that broke the miners' faith in the law of men. If their hero could be gunned down on the courthouse steps with impunity, what hope was there for any of them? If the courts were just another tool of the operators, then what was left? The answer was simple and terrifying. All that was left was the justice of the mountains. All that was left was war. The assassins of Sid Hatfield did not go to prison. They walked out of the McDowell County Courthouse as free men, and legend says went to a local saloon to celebrate their victory. In the eyes of the law, they were exonerated. But in the eyes of the mountains, they were cursed. Their acquittal bought them their freedom, but it cost them their names. They became ghosts, bogeymen in the stories told to children in the coal camps, a living embodiment of a justice system so broken it could call an execution self-defense. They may have escaped a hangman's noose, but they would forever be hunted by the memory of the man they killed and the hatred of the people who loved him. For the widows of Sid Hatfield and Ed Chambers, there was no life to rebuild. There was only a duty to bear witness. They returned to Mingo County not as grieving wives, but as living symbols of the ultimate betrayal. Their presence was a constant, silent accusation, a reminder that their husband's blood was still fresh on the courthouse steps. They had seen the law of men, and it was a lie. They had no home to return to, because the idea of a peaceful home had been murdered along with their husbands. The community did not try to move on. You don't move on from an amputation, you learn to live with the wound. The story of the assassination and the farcical trial wasn't buried under a blanket of silence. It became a gospel of rage. The news traveled by telegraph and by word of mouth, a hot cinder landing on the dry forest floor of the miners' patience. In coal camps along the Kanawha River, men heard the news, and a quiet, chilling transformation took place. The talk of strikes and negotiations stopped. The talk turned to rifles. This was the final, unforgivable insult. The system had not only allowed their hero to be murdered, it had applauded the murderers. The miners understood then that they were on their own. If the law would not protect them, they would have to become their own law. If the courts would not give them justice, they would have to take it themselves. There would be no atonement for the killers in this life. There would only be a reckoning. In the days following the verdict, men began to gather. They came out of the mines and down from the hollows, their faces set like stone. They were no longer just miners. They were an army, gathering to deliver a verdict of their own. For decades, the state of West Virginia tried to bury the story of the Coal Wars. It was treated as a shameful secret, an embarrassment to be scrubbed from the history books. But you can't kill a story like this. It seeps into the ground and comes back up in unexpected ways, a ghost that refuses to rest. The family names, Hatfield, Chaffin, Testament, still echo in those hollows, carrying the weight of that bloody history. But the proudest and most misunderstood legacy is a single word: redneck. Today, it's often used as an insult. But for the men who marched on Blair Mountain, it was a badge of honor, taken from the red bandanas they tied around their necks. It meant you were a Union man. It meant you stood up and fought. The physical traces of this war are still there if you know where to look. Go to Welch today, and you can stand on the very courthouse steps where Sid Hatfield was murdered. The stone is worn, but the memory is sharp and cold. In Matewan, the buildings that witnessed the shootout still line the street, silent witnesses to that minute of thunder. You can almost feel the ghosts. But the greatest monument, and the most haunted, is Blair Mountain itself. For years, historians and archaeologists have fought a new battle there, a battle to save the mountain from the very same force the miners fought, the coal companies, who want to destroy it with mountaintop removal mining. And in that fight, the mountain has begun to give up its secrets. Walking those ridges, they found the evidence the state tried to forget. Thousands of spent shell casings from rifles and machine guns, the faint outlines of trenches the miners dug, even the rusted shrapnel from the homemade bombs dropped from the sky. The men who fought there are long dead. Their voices have faded. The state tried to erase their memory from the history books and tell a simpler, cleaner story. But the mountains remember. They hold the rust and the lead deep in their soil. They keep the score. So we come back to the question that started it all, the question that hangs in the gun smoke of history. Why did 10,000 American men take up arms against their own government? The answer is now clear. It was never just about a few more cents per ton of coal. It wasn't a riot over a paycheck. It was a war for a single simple idea, that a man has a right to stand up straight and that his soul does not belong to the company that owns his house. They marched on Blair Mountain because every other avenue of justice had been slammed shut in their faces. The ballot box was stuffed. The courts were bought. The lawmen were assassins. When the system itself becomes the weapon of the oppressor, the last and most terrible resort is the rifle. This is a story of brutality, of corporate greed so profound it saw human beings as nothing more than an expendable resource. But to leave it there would be a disservice to the men who fought and died. This is also a story of incredible courage, of the unbreakable Appalachian spirit. It's a testament to the fact that you can push a man, you can cheat him, you can beat him, but there is a line that you cannot cross. The miners lost the Battle of Blair Mountain, but their fight lit a fire that could not be extinguished. The blood they spilled on that ridge watered the seeds of the New Deal, which finally guaranteed the rights they had been fighting for. The lesson that echoes down from these mountains is a chilling and timeless one. It's a warning about what happens when power becomes absolute and when people are left with no hope and no voice. It is the story of ordinary men who were pushed into an extraordinary war, fighting for the very soul of America in the hollows of West Virginia. Their story was almost forgotten, almost buried beneath the weight of shame and silence. But the mountains remembered. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. The rope creaked in the cold February dark, a sound swallowed by the Missouri woods. The body of Ben Bolin swung from the limb of a white oak, a grim pendulum marking the end of a bloody Ozark chapter. To the men who put him there, he was a monster, a tyrant who terrorized the hills under the guise of justice. But just a few years earlier, many of those same men, or their neighbors, would have called him a savior, a dark angel sent to deliver them from chaos. So which was he? A righteous crusader who lost his way? Or a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? Today, we're not just telling the story of a vigilante's death. We're peeling back over 100 years of rumor and legend to find the man himself, to understand how the iron fist of the bald Nobbers became a ghost, forever riding the haunted backroads of the Ozarks. To understand the firestorm that was the bald Nobbers, you must first walk through the world they burned down. Imagine the Ozarks in the 1880s. This wasn't a land of gentle hills and quaint cabins. It was a fortress built by nature. Light struggled to pierce the dense canopy of oak and hickory, leaving the hollows in a state of perpetual twilight. Creeks cut through limestone like silver knives, their waters running cold and clear. A man could get lost a mile from his own home and never be found. The land was beautiful, but it was a hard, unforgiving beauty that demanded respect and bred a deep sense of isolation. The people were as rugged as the land they worked. They were farmers, loggers, and hunters, their hands calloused and their faces etched by sun and hardship. Their lives were governed by the rhythm of the seasons, plowing the rocky soil in the spring, enduring the suffocating humidity of summer, harvesting their meager crops in the fall, and hunkering down for the long, cold winter. Their world was small, often no larger than the valley where they were born. A trip to the county seat in Forsyth was a major event. The law, headquartered in some far-off city like Springfield, was less than a rumor. It was a ghost, a thing that had no power here. But beneath this quiet surface of toil and survival, the poison of the past was still at work. The Civil War had never truly ended in these hills. It had simply shattered into 1,000 personal feuds. Neighbor had fought neighbor as bushwhackers and jayhawkers, and the memories of burned-out farms and midnight raids were passed down from father to son like a cursed inheritance. Trust was a rare commodity, usually reserved for immediate kin. At night, heavy wooden bars were dropped across cabin doors, and the sound of an unfamiliar horse was enough to make a man reach for the rifle he kept over the mantel. This simmering fear created a vacuum, and into that vacuum crept a new kind of evil. Gangs of thieves and cutthroats, like the notorious Taylor brothers, roamed the countryside, preying on the very people the law was supposed to protect. They stole livestock, burned barns, and terrorized families, knowing there would be no consequences. Decent folk felt helpless, trapped between the ghosts of old hatreds and the very real threat of modern outlaws. They were good people pushed to the edge, praying for a savior. And in the smoky corners of general stores and under the shade of churchyard oaks, a dangerous idea began to take root. It was whispered at first, a desperate question passed between men who were tired of being afraid. If the law wouldn't protect them, who would? If justice was blind or simply too far away, then perhaps it was time for them to create their own. They didn't know it yet, but they were laying the foundation for a movement that would offer them salvation with one hand and deliver damnation with the other. The storm was gathering, and its name was justice. The Ozarks weren't settled, they were conquered. Not from some foreign power, but from the wilderness itself. The families that put down roots here in the generations before the war were mostly Scots-Irish, a people known for their fierce independence and a deep-seated suspicion of any authority they didn't create themselves. They weren't given land grants from a distant king. They earned their homesteads with an axe, a plow, and a rifle. Every field cleared of rocks, every cabin raised log by log, was a testament to their grit. This land wasn't just property to them, it was a part of their identity, paid for in sweat and blood. To threaten a man's land was to threaten his very soul. Then came the Civil War, and it fell on these hills not like a conventional war, but like a plague. Missouri was a border state, and that border ran straight through the heart of every family and every town. This wasn't a war of blue and gray armies marching in formation. It was the war of the torch and the rope. It was a war of neighbors. Confederate sympathizers formed guerrilla bands known as bushwhackers, while Union men became jayhawkers. They didn't fight over grand strategy. They fought over livestock, loyalties, and long-held grudges. A midnight raid could leave a family homeless, or worse. The violence was intimate, personal, and it left scars that wouldn't heal for a century. When the war officially ended in 1865, the fighting in the Ozarks didn't stop. It just lost its flag. The men who had spent 4 years living by the gun found they couldn't simply go back to the plow. Some of the most brutal bushwhackers and jayhawkers simply became outlaws, continuing their reign of terror without the thin veil of military cause. They knew the secret paths, the hidden hollows, and the fear in people's hearts. They were the war's bitter harvest, and they choked the life out of the fragile peace. This is where the weight of a name became a life or death matter. A family name in Taney County wasn't just a label, it was a history. It told people where your father stood in the war. It whispered of old debts and unsettled scores. To be a Taylor was to carry the reputation of Confederate defiance and post-war banditry. To be a Kinney suggested a history of staunch unionism. Long before the bald knobbers ever pulled on their masks, the battle lines were already drawn, etched into the landscape by the ghosts of the war. The conflict to come wasn't new. It was simply the old feud, waiting for a spark to set the hills ablaze once more. In the center of this simmering pot was Nat Kinney. He wasn't a vigilante by nature. He was a Union veteran, a respected farmer, and the Sunday school superintendent. People listened when he spoke. He saw the moral decay, the fear in his neighbors' eyes, and it offended his sense of order. On the other side were men like the Taylor brothers, who swaggered through the county as if they owned it. They and their associates were the festering wound, a constant source of trouble, known for their love of whiskey, brawling, and taking whatever they pleased. They were the embodiment of the lawlessness that Kinney and other decent folk were growing to despise. The conflict didn't start with a gunshot, but with 1,000 smaller cuts. An old farmer's fence would be cut in the night, his cattle scattered for miles. A man who spoke too loudly against the outlaws in the Kirbyville saloon would find his corn crib burned to the ground a week later. These weren't random acts, they were messages. One of the most galling incidents involved a public fistfight where one of the Taylors brutally beat a younger man over a perceived slight, all while the local constable conveniently looked the other way. The message was clear. There is no law here but us. Fear is a patient poison, and it spreads through whispers. In the general store, while weighing out flour and salt, men would speak in low tones. Heard the Taylors were seen near John Green's place, right before his best mule went missing. At church socials, women would exchange worried glances, sharing stories of strange riders seen on the road after dusk. Every unsolved theft, every act of vandalism was laid at the feet of the same handful of families. Rumor hardened into fact, and suspicion curdled into a collective certainty. This constant drip of intimidation and gossip created a siege mentality. The community wasn't just being attacked from the outside, it was rotting from within. The outlaws were emboldened by the lack of consequences, and the law-abiding majority felt increasingly isolated and powerless. The air in Taney County grew thick with a toxic mix of fear and resentment. It wasn't just about stolen property anymore. It was about honor, dignity, and the terrifying realization that if they didn't draw a line in the dirt themselves, the tide of violence and chaos would soon wash away their homes, their families, and their entire way of life. The winter of 1884 bled into the spring of 1885 with a strange and heavy feeling in the air. The old folks, who read the land like a book, saw bad signs everywhere. They said the woods themselves seemed to hold their breath. Panthers screamed from the high ridges with an unusual frequency, their cries sounding almost human. The screech owl, the death bird of Ozark lore, was heard calling from the eaves of more than one cabin, a sound believed to foretell a coming tragedy. A sudden violent hailstorm in late March flattened the first green shoots of corn, and men looked at the bruised sky and muttered that it was a sign of God's displeasure. But the true omen wasn't in the sky or the woods. It walked on two legs and reeked of cheap whiskey. The Taylor gang and their ilk grew bolder, their crimes escalating from nighttime thievery to brazen daylight intimidation. The final straw came when one of their crew publicly horsewhipped a well-respected farmer in front of his own family over a disputed line fence. They didn't just injure the man, they humiliated him, stripping him of his dignity in the eyes of his children and neighbors. The act was a declaration. We are the law, and your honor means nothing to us. It sent a shockwave of rage and fear through the county. This was the moment the dread became a living thing. You could see it in the eyes of men like Nat Kinney. He felt the immense pressure from his community to do something, to lead them out of the darkness. But as he looked at the hard, desperate faces of his friends and neighbors, he felt a chilling premonition. It was a gut-wrenching feeling that in order to fight the monsters who plagued their hills, they would have to become monstrous themselves. He knew that the path they were about to choose was a one-way road, and he couldn't shake the feeling that it led straight into a darkness from which none of them would ever truly return. The public humiliation of a good man was the spark that finally lit the fuse. For Nat Kinney, the time for talk was over. Word was sent out, not by letter, but by quiet visits after dark. A trusted friend would ride to a neighbor's cabin, speak a few hushed words on the porch, and then melt back into the night. The message was simple. Be on the Bald Knob, east of town, after midnight. Come alone and come armed. There was no need to explain what it was about. Every man who received the summons knew in his bones that the time for choosing a side had arrived. They gathered under a cold, star-dusted sky on a treeless hill that would give them their name. They were ghosts in the moonlight, emerging from the woods in twos and threes, rifles cradled in their arms. These were not criminals. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and church-going men, their faces grim and set. At the center of the clearing, a small bonfire crackled, casting their long, dancing shadows across the barren ground. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the nervous shuffling of boots on stone. Nat Kinney stood before them, his large frame silhouetted against the flames. His voice, when he spoke, was not a shout, but a low, steady rumble that carried a weight of cold fury. He spoke of the law that had abandoned them, of the thugs who terrorized their wives and children, and of the honor that was being stripped from them, piece by painful piece. The law won't protect us, he declared, his words cutting through the night air. So we will become the law. We will be the answer to our own prayers. We will sweep this county clean of the filth that infests it, or we will die trying. A low murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. This was what they had been waiting for, a leader, a plan, a cause. Kinney had them raise their right hands, and there, in the flickering firelight, they swore a solemn oath. They swore secrecy upon pain of death. They swore loyalty to one another, and they swore to mete out justice with rope and switch to any man who threatened their homes and their peace. In that moment, they ceased to be individual farmers. They became a single entity, a phantom army born of desperation and rage. They were the Bald Knobbers, and as the men dispersed, melting back into the darkness from which they came, a new and terrible power was unleashed upon the Ozarks. They had a name, an oath, and a list of targets. Among them stood men like Ben Bolin, his hands still tingling from the oath, his mind already turning to the work ahead. He and his brothers were not thinkers like Kinney. They were doers. The first drops of blood had not yet been spilt, but the promise had been made. The hunt was about to begin, and the hills would soon echo with the sounds of their swift, brutal justice. Their justice was a terrifying ritual, repeated in dozens of darkened hollows. It always began with the sound, a low thunder that started far off and grew steadily closer. It was the sound of shod hooves, dozens of them, moving as one through the night. To the family huddled inside their cabin, it was the sound of a coming judgment. The dogs would bark themselves into a frenzy, then fall eerily silent as the phantom army surrounded the home. And then, the waiting. A silence so heavy you could feel it pressing in on the log walls. From the darkness would come a single, commanding voice, often rough and distorted by the flannel mask. "Come out, or we're coming in." Inside, a man would have to make a choice that was no choice at all. To surrender was to face the switch, the tar, the rope. To resist was to invite something far worse. This ritual of fear was the Bald Knobbers' true weapon, and for a time, it worked. They drove out the worst of the outlaws and brought a fragile, terror-enforced peace to the hills. But the night they rode on William Edens, the ritual changed. Edens was not a notorious outlaw. He was just a man who had defied them, who had spoken out against their methods. He refused to be intimidated. When the thunder of hooves surrounded his cabin and the voice called out, Edens refused to open his door. He would not surrender his home to masked men. From inside, his family heard him shout his defiance into the darkness. What happened next was not justice, it was an execution. The night didn't just splinter with the sound of a kicked-in door. It exploded in a blinding, deafening roar. A volley of rifle and shotgun fire ripped through the thin wooden walls of the cabin. To the children cowering on the floor, the world became nothing but the flash of muzzles painting terrifying momentary pictures in the dark, the scream of lead tearing through wood, and the smell of gunpowder filling their lungs. The air itself seemed to shred around them. When the shooting stopped, the silence that rushed back in was profound and absolute. Heavy boots stomped onto the porch. The remnants of the door were torn from its hinges. Through the smoke and darkness, the family saw only hulking shapes, demonic silhouettes against the moonlight, as their father was dragged from the home he had tried to defend. There was a final, terrible struggle in the yard, a woman's desperate plea cut short. Another shot rang out, sharp and final, and its echo was the only eulogy William Edens would receive. The next morning, when the neighbors arrived, they found a scene of unimaginable horror. They didn't need to see the body to understand what had happened. The cabin itself was the testament. It looked as if it had been clawed by some great furious beast. The log walls were pockmarked with dozens of dark, ugly holes, silent witnesses to the chaos. This was not a whipping. This was not a warning. This was murder, cold and brutal. On that night, the Bald Knobbers crossed a line, and in the blood of William Edens, their righteous crusade was drowned forever. The saviors had become the monsters. To understand what happened at the Edens cabin, you have to try for a moment to look through Ben Bolin's eyes. In his mind, he wasn't a murderer. He was a surgeon, and the Ozarks were his patient, riddled with the cancer of lawlessness. A tumor doesn't have rights. You don't reason with it. You cut it out, cauterize the wound, and move on. The tailors and their kind were the primary tumor, but men like William Edens, men who defied the cure, who obstructed the surgery, were part of the disease too. In Boleyn's brutally simple logic, if you weren't actively helping to save the patient, you were helping the sickness spread. The switch didn't flip for Ben Boleyn on the night of the Edens murder. It had been welded into position the moment he took the oath on that bald knob. While other men, perhaps even Kinney, saw their night riding as a temporary necessary evil, Boleyn saw it as a righteous calling. He was the hammer, and it was not the hammer's place to question the nail. Each whipping, each threat, each act of terror was simply a tool for the job. He likely felt contempt for the weakness he saw in others, for the men who flinched at the sound of a switch on bare skin. They didn't have his clarity. They didn't understand that to fight monsters, you must be more terrifying than any monster. So when William Edens shouted his defiance from behind that door, Boleyn didn't hear a brave man defending his home. He heard the sickness talking back. He heard a direct challenge to the new order, the only order that could save them. The hail of gunfire that shredded the cabin wasn't a moment of lost control. It was a calculated, overwhelming response to that challenge. It was a message, written in lead and smoke, not just for Edens, but for anyone else who thought they could stand in the way. This was the cold calculus of his crusade. After the final shot echoed into silence, as the other masked men stood in the shocked aftermath, Ben Boleyn likely felt no remorse. He wouldn't have felt the thrill of a killer, nor the chilling emptiness of a man who has lost his soul. He would have felt the quiet, grim satisfaction of a job well done. A problem had been solved, a lesson had been taught. He was the iron fist of the bald knobbers, and that night the fist had come down hard. In his own mind, he hadn't committed a crime. He had enforced the only law that mattered. Dawn broke over the Edens homestead, but the light brought no comfort. It only served to illuminate the full scope of the horror. The silence that had followed the final gunshot was a heavy, suffocating blanket. The first neighbors to arrive walked onto the property as if treading on cursed ground. They saw the cabin first, its log walls looking like they had contracted some terrible disease, a pox of dark bullet holes. On the porch, a shattered butter churn lay on its side, a mundane casualty in a night of unimaginable violence. Inside, they found what was left of the Edens family. The widow sat on a low stool, not weeping, but staring into a space beyond the walls, her mind shattered by the events she had been forced to witness. The children were huddled together in a corner, their faces pale and streaked with soot, their eyes wide with a terror that might never leave them. But it was in the yard, lying in the cold, dew-covered dirt, that the finality of the act was laid bare. William Edens was dead, and the bald knobbers had killed him. But they had made a fatal mistake. In their furious volley, they had also shot Charles Green, Edens' son-in-law. They had left him for dead, but he wasn't. He had survived. Wounded and bleeding, he was a living witness to the slaughter. And more importantly, he had recognized some of the men behind their crude flannel masks. He knew their voices. He knew their names. His survival was a ticking clock, and with every breath he took, the bald knobber's reign of terror was 1 second closer to its end. The news of the murder didn't spread as a whisper. It tore through the Ozark Hills on a current of shock and rage. This was different from the stories of whippings and warnings. This was a line crossed in blood. The story reached the courthouse in Forsyth, and from there it traveled by telegraph to the state capitol. The tale of the bullet-riddled cabin and the defiant man murdered in front of his family was so brutal, so brazen, that the state of Missouri could no longer afford to look the other way. The law, which had been a distant rumor for so long, finally awoke with a vengeance. The governor authorized the militia. Warrants were drawn up, bearing the names of the most prominent bald knobbers, including Nat Kinney and the Boleyn brothers. A substantial reward was offered for their capture, dead or alive. The official documents went up on posts and walls in every town, turning the masked riders from a secret society into a list of wanted men. The hunters had become the hunted. The murder of William Edens split Taney County down the middle like an axe splitting a log. There was no more middle ground, no room for quiet neutrality. You were either for the Nobbers or against them, and you had to choose a side right now. The pot-bellied stove at the general store, once a place for shared stories and friendly gossip, now radiated a cold silence. Men who had known each other since childhood would now pass on the road with a curt nod, their eyes hard, each wondering if the other had been among the masked riders that night. The church itself was divided, with some praying for the souls of the vigilantes and others praying for their swift damnation. From the ashes of this division, an opposing force rose up, calling themselves the anti-bald Nobbers. They were not lawmen. They were the friends and family of men who had been wronged by the Nobbers, joined by those who were simply horrified by the Edens killing. They armed themselves and swore their own oaths, promising to hunt down the vigilantes and deliver a justice of their own. The old Civil War feud was reborn, but this time without uniforms. It was neighbor against neighbor once more, and the hills became a checkerboard of loyalty and hate, where taking the wrong path or trusting the wrong person could get a man killed. A thick, suffocating fear settled over the county, creating a conspiracy of silence. Many people knew the truth. They had seen the riders gather, heard the boasts in a saloon, or recognized a man's horse tied up outside the Edens place. But the bald Nobbers' power, even when they were fugitives, was immense. Their kin were everywhere, and the threat of a burning barn or a midnight visit was far more immediate than the protection of a distant law. When the sheriff and his deputies came asking questions, men would suddenly suffer from bad memories, their eyes cast down to the floorboards. To speak the truth was an act of incredible courage, because everyone knew the Nobbers had a very simple law for informants. Amidst this climate of fear, small acts of profound courage and startling cowardice played out in the shadows. One neighbor, at great risk to his own family, would leave a basket of bread and salted pork on the Edens widow's porch before dawn, a silent gesture of support. But another man, bound by blood or fear, would stand before a magistrate and provide a false alibi for his cousin, swearing he was playing cards with him on the night of the murder. The community was tearing itself apart at the seams, its moral fabric tested and frayed. It was in this fractured, paranoid landscape that the real hunt for Ben Bolin and his brothers would have to begin. While the official law, the state militia, and the county sheriff made a great show of organizing and searching, they were outsiders. They knew the main roads, but they didn't know the hollows. But the real hunters, the men who moved with a purpose that was colder and sharper than any legal duty, were the anti-bald Nobbers. These were men who had lived in the shadow of the Nobbers' terror. They weren't hunting for a reward, they were hunting for revenge. And they knew the mountains just as well as the men they were chasing. For months, Ben Bolin and his brothers were ghosts. They slipped through the deep woods and limestone caves they had known since childhood, a landscape that was now both their sanctuary and their cage. They reverted to a primal existence, living off poached deer and foraged nuts, their clothes turning to rags. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the wind sent a jolt of adrenaline through them. They tasted paranoia in every bite of squirrel meat and felt it in the cold dampness of the caves where they slept. The familiar woods, the kingdom they once ruled with masked terror, had become a labyrinthine prison. The hunt was a slow, methodical strangulation. The anti-bald Nobbers were patient. They had men among them who could track a single man across solid rock and read a broken twig like a page in a book. They moved in small, quiet groups, checking the remote cabins of known sympathizers, finding the faint traces of a recent campfire, and slowly, painstakingly, tightening the net. A farmer who gave the Bolins a slice of cornbread might find his fence cut the next week, a quiet message that help was no longer an option. The fugitive's world shrank with every passing day. The end for Ben Bolin came not in a hail of bullets, but in a moment of exhaustion. It was February 1889, and the cold had gnawed at him for months. He had risked getting close to his brother's cabin, perhaps seeking a moment of warmth, a real meal, a sliver of the life he had lost. It was a fatal mistake. A tracker for the anti-bald knobber posse had found his trail in the thin layer of snow. They didn't storm the cabin. They simply waited, melting into the grey woods, becoming part of the landscape. When Bolin stepped outside, perhaps to fetch water or check the perimeter, he was allowed to walk 20 yards into the clearing. Then, a single voice cut through the cold air. "That's far enough, Ben." He froze. From behind every large oak and limestone outcrop, a man rose, rifle already at his shoulder. There was no shouting, no chaos, just the quiet final click of a dozen rifle hammers being pulled back. In that instant, Ben Bolin, the enforcer, the Iron Fist, saw the faces of his neighbors, his enemies, and knew that his war was over. He didn't reach for a weapon. He just stood there, a gaunt, tired man surrounded by the cold, unforgiving justice of the hills he once ruled. There would be no judge in a black robe for Ben Bolin. There would be no clever lawyers arguing points of law, no jury of his peers weighing evidence in a dusty box. The men who captured him, the anti-bald knobbers, had seen what passed for justice in the Ozarks. They had seen how a well-connected man could intimidate witnesses, how a sympathetic jury could ignore facts, how the slow, clumsy machine of the law could let a monster slip through its gears. They didn't trust it. They believed that to bring a man like Ben Bolin into a courtroom would be to mock the memory of William Edens. They had decided in the cold silence of the woods that Bolin would face a different kind of court. His trial was the long, grim ride from the place of his capture to a sturdy white oak tree on the side of a lonely road. The woods were his courtroom, the pale moonlight his only illumination. The jury was the silent procession of armed men on horseback who rode beside and behind him, their faces set like stone. There was no testimony offered, no evidence presented, because in their minds the case had been proven long ago, in the bullet holes of the Edens cabin, in the terrorized eyes of his family, and in the arrogance of the masked crusade Bolin had helped lead. Through it all, Ben Bolin remained unbroken. He did not beg for his life or plead for mercy. Accounts passed down through the generations say he sat tall in the saddle, his hands bound tight behind him, his gaze fixed straight ahead. His silence was his final act of defiance. He had lived his life by a code of brutal, unforgiving strength, and he would not abandon it in the face of death. He looked at the hard faces of his captors, not with fear, but with a quiet, burning contempt. He was a wolf cornered by hounds, and he would grant them no satisfaction. The verdict was delivered without a single word being spoken. When the posse stopped under the thick, bare limbs of the oak tree, the judgment was clear. They didn't grant him a final prayer or a chance for last words. The justice they dispensed was as swift and impersonal as the justice he had once delivered with a hickory switch. The rough hemp of the rope was thrown over a branch. The noose, tied with an efficient knot, was slipped over his head and cinched tight against his neck. A sharp slap on the rump of his horse, and it was over. Ben Bolin, the Iron Fist of the bald knobbers, was executed by the very vigilante justice he had championed. The question that hangs in the air, even to this day, is a chilling one. Was this justice? Or was it just another murder, another link in an endless chain of Ozark violence? The anti-bald knobbers had rid the world of a man they saw as a tyrant, but in doing so, they had become a mob, acting as their own judge, jury, and executioner. For the other captured bald knobbers, the official law would have its day in the Forsyth courthouse. But for Ben Bolin, the verdict had already been rendered, not by the law of men, but by the cold, hard law of the mountains. Ben Bolin's death was not the end of the story. It was merely the end of a chapter written in rope and vengeance. The consequences of the bald knobber war continued to ripple through the hills for years, leaving behind a landscape of broken lives and bitter silence. For the survivors of the Edens family, the mountains that had been their home became a prison of memory. Every creek, every ridge, every shadow held a piece of the horror they had endured. They could not rebuild their lives on ground soaked with their own blood and grief. Sometime after the trials, they packed what little they had left, turned their backs on Taney County, and vanished, seeking a place where the name Edens didn't echo with tragedy. For the other captured bald nobbers, the law of men finally arrived in Forsyth. The trial was a spectacle, the biggest in the county's history. And in May of 1889, 3 men, Dave Walker, his son William, and John Matthews, were led to a specially built gallows in the courthouse square. Before a crowd of thousands, they paid the ultimate price, their public execution serving as the state's final, brutal statement that the reign of the masked riders was over. But for the dozens of other nobbers who were acquitted or never charged, their freedom was a curse of its own. They walked out of the courtroom not into the arms of a grateful community, but into a life sentence of suspicion and contempt. These men, who had once been the secret kings of the night, now lived as pariahs in the daylight. Neighbors who had once feared them now simply shunned them. Their businesses failed, their crops seemed to wither on the vine, and they were met with the justice of cold shoulders and closed doors. They were haunted men, forever looking over their shoulders, wondering if every stranger on the road was a relative of someone they had wronged. Some stories say a few of them met quiet, untimely ends years later. A hunting accident, a fall from a bluff, accidents that no one ever questioned too closely. They had escaped the hangman's noose, only to find a slower, colder justice waiting for them in the unforgiving memory of their neighbors. And so, the community, exhausted by hate and bloodshed, made a collective, unspoken decision to forget. The name Bald Nobber became a curse, a word not to be spoken aloud. The grotesque horned masks were burned in secret, the records of their meetings buried or destroyed. Parents stopped telling their children the full, bloody story, opting instead for a vague tale of troubles in the old days. They tried to plow over the history, to plant a new crop of peace and pretend the soil beneath wasn't filled with bones. They wrapped the entire saga in a thick blanket of silence, hoping that if they didn't speak its name, the monster they had created would finally die. The forced silence that fell over Taney County could never last. A story this soaked in blood has a way of seeping back up through the ground. Walk through the Ozark Hills today, and you will still find the old names, Bolin, Kinney, Taylor, on mailboxes and in the phone book. The descendants of the riders and their enemies now share pews in the same churches and shop in the same stores. The blood feud is long over, the wounds scabbed over by generations of peace. But the echo remains. To carry one of those names is to carry a piece of that violent history, a faint whisper of a time when your great-grandfather might have been either the masked man on the horse or the one bolting his door in fear. The physical scars on the land have faded more slowly. For decades, the white oak where Ben Bolin was lynched stood as a dark monument on the side of the road. Locals knew it as the Bolin tree, and it became a place of dread, a landmark to be passed quickly, especially after dark. It was said that nothing would grow in its shadow. Eventually, time and nature did what the community could not. The old tree withered, died, and was cut down, its wood likely burned to ash. But even today, the old-timers can still point to the exact spot where it stood. The tree is gone, but the ground remembers. In the town of Forsyth, the old courthouse where the other nobbers were tried is gone, replaced by a new one. But in the local cemetery, you can find the graves of the 3 men who were legally hanged. Their tombstones are simple, weathered by 100 Missouri winters, giving no hint of the spectacle of their deaths. They are quiet, stone reminders of a time when the law finally brought its terrible, formal power to bear on the chaos. But the most powerful remnant of Ben Bowlin isn't made of wood or stone, it is the ghost story. As the facts were buried under the community's silence, the man was replaced by the myth. History became folklore. To this day, on the dark roads around where he was killed, people still tell stories of the Phantom Rider, a lone, gaunt figure on horseback, seen on moonless nights, forever repeating his last fatal ride. Ben Bowlin the man is dead and gone, but Ben Bowlin the spectre became immortal, a cautionary tale whispered to children to keep them from straying too far into the woods after dark. The people tried to forget, but the story simply refused to die. So we come back to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, a question that has haunted these hills for over a century. Was Ben Bowlin a righteous crusader who lost his way? Or was he a brutal killer who simply found the right mask to wear? The honest truth, buried under years of myth and silence, is that he was both. He was the inevitable and terrible answer to the chaos that surrounded him. He was a man forged in the crucible of a lawless land, and he became the very thing he sought to destroy. The story of Ben Bowlin is the story of a cure that becomes its own disease. This is more than just a tale of Ozark vigilantes. It is a timeless warning about the desperate hunger for order and the terrible price that is sometimes paid to achieve it. It is the story of what happens when good, frightened men, abandoned by the law, decide to walk the razor's edge between justice and vengeance, only to lose their balance and fall into the abyss. The bald knobbers rose from the dirt to give their community hope, but their legacy is a stark reminder that a society's saviors can all too easily become its tyrants, and that a revolution born of righteousness will almost always end by eating its own. And so the story returns to the darkness, to a lonely road and the sound of a single horse. The ghost of Ben Bowlin isn't just a campfire tale meant to scare children. He is the restless spirit of this lesson. He is a permanent warning, etched into the very landscape, a silent testament to a brutal truth. In a land without law, the man who promises to save you from the monsters is often the first one to become a monster himself. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story. In 1835, one of the most famous men in America stood before the voters who had just ended his career and gave them a farewell that would echo for centuries. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." This wasn't just the sour parting shot of a defeated politician. This was a living legend, the bear-hunting congressman from Tennessee, turning his back on everything he knew. It was a self-imposed exile that would lead him, just a few months later, to his death in a dusty Texas mission. The question that chills the bone isn't how he died at the Alamo, but why he went there in the first place. How does a man, at the absolute peak of his fame, find himself so utterly alone, cast out by his own party, his own president, and his own people? The answer lies not in a battle with rifles, but in a brutal war of conscience fought on the floor of the US Congress, an act of political suicide that sealed his fate long before he ever crossed the Sabine River. Today, we will answer that question. We will find the real Davy Crockett. To understand the man who would defy a president, you have to understand the world that forged him. David Crockett was born in 1786 on the banks of the Nolichucky River in what is now East Tennessee. This was not yet America as we know it. It was a raw, unforgiving frontier, a world of misty mountains, deep forests, and a people as tough and unyielding as the landscape itself. Appalachia was a crucible, and it burned away everything that was not essential, leaving behind only grit, self-reliance, and a fierce independence. The people who settled these hills, largely Scots-Irish immigrants, brought with them a deep cultural memory. They remembered kings and landlords from across the sea, and they carried a profound distrust for any distant, centralized authority. Their laws were simpler, etched into their hearts rather than written in books. A man's word was his bond. Your loyalty was to your family, your clan, and your neighbor. Justice was swift and personal. This was the code Crockett grew up with, a worldview that saw the world in stark, clear terms of right and wrong, honor and shame. Crockett was the living embodiment of this spirit. He had almost no formal schooling, learning his letters, as he said, from the trees. His real education came from the wilderness. He wasn't just a hunter, he was a provider, a protector. His almost mythical reputation for hunting bears wasn't just a story for entertainment, it was a resume. Killing over 100 bears in a single season meant providing security and sustenance for the entire community. In a world where survival was a daily struggle, a man with those skills was a natural-born leader. His charisma was just as wild and untamed. He didn't speak in the polished tones of the Virginia aristocracy. He spoke the language of the common man, full of homespun humor, sharp wit, and captivating stories of his adventures. He could hold a crowd spellbound with a tale of tracking a bear through a blizzard or facing down a panther in the dark. He was one of them, a man who understood their struggles because he lived them every single day. But this very world, the source of all his strength, also contained a fatal vulnerability. Crockett's character was like Appalachian oak, strong, solid, and completely inflexible. He was governed by that simple frontier code of honor. He believed a promise was a promise, whether made to a white settler or a Cherokee chief. He believed that a man's integrity was his most valuable possession, worth more than land, title, or political power. This man, this living piece of the American frontier, was about to be transplanted into the serpentine world of Washington, D.C. He was taking his mountain code of honor into an arena of backroom deals, party loyalties, and brutal political calculus. He didn't know it yet, but the very principles that made him a hero in Tennessee would make him a target in the nation's capital. His own unshakable sense of right and wrong was the shadow that was beginning to gather, unseen and unspoken, over his entire future. When Davy Crockett arrived in Washington, D.C., he entered a wilderness far more dangerous than any he had known in Tennessee. This was a political swamp, thick with ambition, veiled threats, and hidden allegiances. And at the center of this swamp, a storm was gathering around one single, explosive piece of legislation: President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act of 1830. On paper, it was a proposal to relocate the 5 civilized tribes, the Cherokee, Creek, Choctaw, Chickasaw, and Seminole, from their ancestral lands in the southeast to new territory west of the Mississippi. The scene itself was charged with a heavy, ominous energy. The first and most powerful clue was the president himself. Andrew Jackson was not a man to be trifled with. His will was iron, and his temper was legendary. This bill was not just policy to him. It was a personal crusade, the culmination of a lifetime spent fighting Native American tribes. His entire political machine, the most powerful in the nation, was mobilized behind it. To the casual observer, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. But as investigators of the past, we must look closer at the clues. In the taverns and boarding houses where congressmen gathered, the whispers were not of national security or manifest destiny. The whispers were of land. Fertile, black soil in Georgia and Alabama, perfect for cotton. Land that was legally owned by the Cherokee and Creek, but desperately coveted by white settlers and wealthy speculators. The air was thick with the scent of greed, a motive far older and more powerful than any political ideology. The initial findings pointed to an open and shut case. The president wanted the land, the party wanted to please the president, and a powerful coalition of land-hungry states demanded action. The political mathematics were simple and brutal. There was no room for dissent. The scene spoke of an unstoppable force, a political juggernaut that would crush anything in its path. And yet, this is where the mystery truly begins. The wilderness of Washington offered no easy answers, only a multitude of unsettling questions. Chief among them, Who in their right mind, and especially who from Jackson's own party, would be foolish enough to stand in the way? As the battle lines were drawn over the Indian Removal Act, all eyes in Washington turned to the most obvious source of opposition: the president's sworn political enemies. This was the anti-Jackson coalition, a formidable group of political titans like Henry Clay of Kentucky and Daniel Webster of Massachusetts. They were the established Eastern elite, men who viewed Andrew Jackson not as a hero of the common man, but as a dangerous backwoods tyrant trampling on the Constitution. Their motive for opposing the bill was clear, public, and deeply personal. The feud between Jackson and men like Clay was the central drama of the age. It was a vicious political war fought over the national bank, tariffs, and the very soul of the American Republic. For them, the Indian Removal Act was just another battlefield. Opposing it was not just a matter of policy. It was a chance to land another blow against a president they despised. Everyone in Washington knew about the bad blood between these men. It was a political feud that had burned hot for years and showed no signs of cooling. The initial evidence seemed to confirm their role as the sole antagonists. The first powerful speeches against the bill thundered from their corner of the Senate. The most eloquent constitutional arguments, the most dire warnings of national dishonor, were crafted by them. Whispers quickly spread from their closed-door meetings, and friendly newspapers began printing editorials that painted the president's plan as a moral abomination. To any observer, the story was simple. This was Andrew Jackson versus his political rivals. It was a straightforward, predictable fight. No one, least of all the president, was looking for an enemy within his own ranks. While President Jackson focused his fury on his political rivals, the real threat to his agenda was not in the Senate chambers of Henry Clay, but in the rough-hewn form of one of his own men. The most dangerous dissent, the kind that can break a cause from the inside out, came from a completely unexpected source: Congressman David Crockett of Tennessee. No one suspected him. He was a Jackson man, through and through, a fellow Tennessean, a veteran of the Creek War who had served under Old Hickory himself, and the living embodiment of the frontier spirit that had swept the president into office. He was trusted like a brother in arms. But Crockett carried a secret, a motive that was utterly invisible to the political operators in Washington. It wasn't greed, jealousy, or a hidden ambition for higher office. His motive was his conscience. He had lived too close to the land and the people Jackson sought to remove. He had seen the Cherokee Nation firsthand, with their farms, their written language, and their constitution. He had fought alongside Native Americans and against them, and he respected them as people, not as obstacles on a map. For Crockett, this wasn't about clearing land for cotton. It was about a promise being broken, a treaty being trampled, and an act of profound injustice being committed in the name of progress. Looking back, his party colleagues would have seen the signs. As the debate raged, Crockett grew quiet. His usual booming laughter and endless supply of tall tales were replaced by a grim-faced contemplation. He was seen speaking not with party bosses, but with missionaries who had lived among the Cherokee. His questions in the cloakrooms became pointed, not about political advantage, but about morality and honor. His grief, if you could call it that, wasn't theatrical. It was a deep, simmering anger that his colleagues mistook for backwoods confusion. They saw a simple frontiersman struggling with complex policy. They failed to see a man whose entire moral compass was screaming that his own side was wrong. Beyond the personal rivalries and internal betrayals, a third, far more powerful force was at play. This was not a single man or a political party, but a vast, impersonal economic juggernaut with an insatiable appetite: the Cotton Kingdom. The real pressure for Indian removal wasn't coming from the White House alone. It was coming from the relentless thrum of textile mills in Manchester, England, and Lowell, Massachusetts. A global revolution in industry had created an unprecedented demand for cotton, and the American South was its primary supplier. The motive was as simple and potent as profit itself. The old cotton lands of the Carolinas were becoming exhausted, and the planters looked westward with hungry eyes. The fertile, well-watered lands of the Cherokee, Creek, and Choctaw in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi were the prize. This wasn't a local squabble. It was a matter of economic destiny for the entire Southern establishment. The value of the land wasn't measured in tradition or ancestral right, but in dollars per acre and bales per season. This massive, faceless entity had a single, overriding interest: acquire that land by any means necessary. This external threat created a suffocating climate of inevitability. Long before the bill was debated in Congress, the pressure was being felt on the ground. Land speculators, the quiet agents of this economic empire, were already appearing in the valleys. They were not local men, and they carried an air of quiet menace. They brought maps and surveying chains, making offers that were more like warnings. Their presence sent a clear message to everyone, including the Cherokee and politicians like Crockett. This was no longer a negotiation. A tidal wave of money and power was coming, and it intended to wash away everything in its path. In the beginning, the opposition to the Indian Removal Act pursued what seemed to be a clear and righteous path. The first great charge was a legal one, led by the sharpest constitutional minds in the country. They brandished copies of treaties signed in good faith by the United States government that explicitly guaranteed the Cherokee and other tribes their lands forever. On the floor of the Senate, men like Daniel Webster laid out a powerful, logical case. A treaty was the supreme law of the land, and to break it was to break the nation's honor. This seemed like the most promising lead, a direct trail to defeating the bill. But they were tracking a ghost through a legal wilderness. The Jackson administration, with ruthless efficiency, argued that they were not dealing with truly sovereign nations, but with domestic dependent nations living within the borders of the United States. It was a brutal legal sleight of hand, a way of saying that all those promises, all those sacred oaths, could be erased by a simple act of Congress. The trail of constitutional law, which seemed so clear and bright, vanished into the thickets of raw political power. The opposition's most potent weapon had proven to be a dud. Another trail seemed far more promising, the path of simple human decency. Missionaries and religious leaders who had lived among the tribes came to Washington, painting a vivid picture of the civilization Jackson sought to destroy. They spoke of the Cherokee's alphabet, their written constitution, their neat farms and Christian churches. Surely, they argued, a moral nation could not uproot a people who had done everything asked of them to assimilate. This appeal to conscience was aimed directly at the heart of the American people. But this lead, too, evaporated like morning mist on a hot summer day. Against the deafening roar of progress and the siren song of free land for white settlers, the quiet voices of conscience were drowned out. The narrative of the savage Indian, holding back the tide of civilization, was a far more powerful story for many Americans. The moral high ground turned out to be a swamp of public indifference and racial prejudice. With every failed argument and every evaporating lead, a deep frustration set in among the bill's opponents. For a man like Crockett, watching his own party orchestrate this assault on reason and honor, the feeling must have been one of growing desperation. They were firing paper bullets at a stone wall. The fear in the Cherokee Nation grew into outright terror as they watched their powerful allies in Washington fail one by one. The air in the capital grew heavy and cold. The investigation was going nowhere, and the monster was getting closer. As the vote on the Indian Removal Act drew near, a suffocating silence fell over President Jackson's Democratic Party. This wasn't the quiet of contemplation. It was the chilling silence of a political omerta. Within the party ranks, a brutal and unspoken code was enforced. You were either with the president or you were against him. There was no middle ground, no room for debate, no space for a troubled conscience. Congressmen who had private doubts saw nothing wrong with the bill. Those who questioned its morality heard nothing of injustice, and those who knew it was a betrayal knew nothing but the importance of party loyalty. The primary reason for this silence was fear, pure and simple. the fear of one man, Andrew Jackson. His reputation for political vengeance was as legendary as his military victories. To cross Old Hickory was to be marked for destruction. It was said that upon hearing of Crockett's wavering, the president flew into a white-hot rage, vowing to see the Tennessean politically buried in a graveyard of his own making. This was no idle threat. The Jackson machine was a weapon, and it was aimed directly at anyone who broke ranks. Party leaders, acting as enforcers, would quietly remind a wavering congressman of the patronage jobs, the committee appointments, and the campaign funds that could vanish overnight. But it wasn't just fear. For many, it was a deep-seated loyalty to their own kind and a profound suspicion of the opposition. The men arguing against the bill were the Eastern elites, Henry Clay, Daniel Webster, the very establishment figures Jackson had been elected to fight. For a Western Democrat to side with them against their own president felt like a betrayal of the entire frontier movement. It was seen as siding with the bankers against the farmers, with the city lawyers against the common man. They believed their form of justice was to secure a future for white settlers, and the Indian Removal Act was the necessary tool. In this atmosphere, Davy Crockett became a pariah. The psychological toll was immense. Former friends and allies, men who had swapped stories and shared drinks with him just weeks before, now averted their eyes in the hallways of the capital. He was shunned like a man carrying a plague. Private messages were sent, begging him to reconsider, warning him that he was throwing away a brilliant career for a lost cause. Every handshake he was denied, every conversation that stopped when he entered a room was a reminder of his isolation. Like old Martha in the mountains whose barn was burned for speaking the truth, Crockett was about to have his entire political life burned to the ground. And still, he refused to be silent. The political battle had been fought to a standstill. Arguments had been made, threats had been whispered, and loyalties had been tested. The Jackson machine, confident in its power, believed it had crushed all meaningful dissent. They assumed that in the final moment, party discipline would prevail. They had overlooked the most critical clue of all, a detail hidden in plain sight: Davy Crockett's unbending Appalachian character. It wasn't a piece of paper or a hidden object. It was the man's soul, and it was about to be laid bare for the entire nation to see. The turning point came not in a secret meeting, but in the full public glare of the House of Representatives. As the final debate on the Indian Removal Act took place, Crockett rose to speak. The chamber fell into a hush. This was the moment of truth. He wasn't supposed to speak. He was supposed to fall in line, to cast his vote with the party and save his career. Instead, he unleashed the one piece of evidence that would change everything, a verbal confession, not of a crime, but of a conviction. He looked directly at his fellow congressmen, men who had shunned him and pressured him, and he spoke not of politics, but of honor. "I have been charged with not representing my constituents," he declared, his frontier drawl cutting through the tense silence. "I did not come here to represent my constituents alone. I am a servant of the American people. Justice and honor are my guides." In that single moment, the forgotten clue of his personal code was slammed down on the table. He was stating, unequivocally, that his conscience was a higher authority than his party, his president, or even the people who elected him. The effect was electric. It was a stunning public rebuke of the president from within his own ranks. Suddenly, the perception of Davy Crockett shifted dramatically. He was no longer just a quirky backwoodsman. He was a rebel. The words he spoke were more damning than any secret diary or misplaced letter. They exposed the truth not of a conspiracy, but of one man's solitary, defiant stand. For the Jacksonians, the revelation was horrifying. Their simple story of party unity was shattered. And with that speech, a new and urgent mission began: the complete and total political destruction of Davy Crockett. The air in the House of Representatives was thick enough to cut with a knife. The final vote on the Indian Removal Act had arrived. This was the moment where whispers ended and legacies were forged in iron. The roll call began, a death march of names echoing in the tense, silent chamber. One by one, Jackson's men, many with visible reluctance, answered yea. They chose their party. They chose their careers. They chose their president. The wall of silence was holding. Then the clerk's voice cut through the air. Crockett. For a heartbeat there was nothing. Then a voice clear and steady filled the room with a single defiant word. Nay. It was more than a vote. It was the sound of a political career committing suicide. It was the roar of an Appalachian conscience that refused to be silenced. In that instant, every man in the room understood the price Crockett had just willingly paid. But it was not enough. The bill passed by a razor-thin margin, just 5 votes. Davy Crockett's personal honor was intact, but the fate of the 5 tribes was sealed. And with the smoke of that final battle still clearing, the true culprits behind this national tragedy were finally and irrevocably unmasked. The mastermind was, and always had been, President Andrew Jackson. His motive was not a fleeting political whim, but the culmination of a lifetime of frontier warfare and a chillingly clear vision of an expanding white America built on the ashes of broken treaties and displaced peoples. His was the iron will that drove the entire affair, the hand that held the dagger. The weapon he wielded was his own Democratic Party. Their motive was not malice, but a toxic combination of fear and ambition. They were not evil men, but they were terrified men, bound by a pact of loyalty that demanded they sacrifice their own morals for the sake of political survival. They were the ones who held the victim down, their silence the most damning testimony of all. But the true dark heart of the matter, the motive that fueled both the president's vision and the party's fear, was the vast, impersonal hunger of the Cotton Kingdom. It was not a feud, not a personal vendetta, but the cold, relentless logic of profit. The land was valuable, and the people living on it were in the way. That was the simple, horrifying truth that had been unmasked. In defying all 3, Davy Crockett had not just lost a vote. He had made an enemy of the most powerful forces in America, and they would now see him destroyed. The passage of the Indian Removal Act was not a sudden explosion. It was the slow, deliberate turning of a key in a lock, sealing tens of thousands of people inside a tomb. The ink on the law was barely dry when its poison began to seep into the red clay soil of Georgia, Alabama, and Tennessee. The America that Davy Crockett had fought for, a land he believed was founded on honor, was about to commit a crime in slow motion, a crime whose consequences would stain the pages of history forever. To understand what was lost, what was, you must first see what was there. The Cherokee Nation was not a collection of primitive huts in a dark wilderness. A traveler passing through their lands in 1830 would have seen a nation mirroring the one that was about to destroy it. They would have seen neat, prosperous farms with squared log cabins and smoke curling from stone chimneys. They would have seen fields of corn and cotton with plows that cut straight, proud furrows in the earth. They had their own schools, their own churches, a written alphabet, and a constitution modeled on that of the United States. This was the world that was declared illegal. Then the soldiers came. They came not as liberators, but as jailers. The first sign was not a gunshot, but the unnatural sound of marching boots on a quiet country road, the jingle of military harnesses where there should have been the lowing of cattle. A dread, cold and heavy, settled over the valleys. The world of the Cherokee began to shrink, compressed into small, guarded stockades, a prelude to the long journey ahead. The roundup itself was a scene of quiet, systematic heartbreak. Imagine a family sitting down to dinner, the smell of cornbread in the air. Then, the sound of a heavy boot on the porch, a door kicked open without a word. There was no battle, only the chilling finality of an order given. The family would be forced to stand up and walk away, leaving the food to grow cold on the table. leaving a Bible open on a mantelpiece, leaving a child's doll lying forgotten in a corner. The children, frozen in terror, saw only the grim faces of the soldiers and the tears in their mothers' eyes. They covered their ears, but it didn't help. The world had turned into a hell of sudden orders, followed by a ringing, ghostly silence as home after home was emptied. Then came the march. History calls it the Trail of Tears, but it was a river of sorrow flowing west. It began with the shuffling of thousands of feet, the creak of overloaded wagons, and the crying of children that never seemed to stop. The biting wind of the winter cut through their thin blankets. The freezing rain turned the trail into a thick, sucking mud that pulled at their moccasins and stole the strength from their legs. The old and the sick, unable to keep up, would simply lie down by the side of the trail, their passing marked only by a shallow, hastily dug grave. Davy Crockett was not there to witness this. He was in Washington, a political ghost haunting the halls of the Capitol. But this horrifying procession was the physical embodiment of his every warning. This was the vision that had kept him awake at night, the nightmare he had sacrificed his entire career to prevent. Each snap of a twig under a soldier's boot was an echo of the speaker's gavel. Every shallow grave dug in the frozen earth was a testament to the votes cast against him. This was the national dishonor he had screamed about, now written not in ink, but in the frozen tears of a people betrayed. Davy Crockett's trial did not take place in a courthouse of brick and mortar. His courtroom was the dusty town squares and stump-speaking platforms of West Tennessee during the election of 1835. The charge, laid out in venomous ink by every Jackson-friendly newspaper, was political treason. The prosecution was the full, terrifying weight of the president's political machine, which had sent money, organizers, and a hand-picked candidate, Adam Huntsman, to see Crockett destroyed. The jury was the very people he had once called his friends and neighbors. The atmosphere was electric with tension. This wasn't a campaign, it was a political blood feud playing out in public. The prosecution's case was simple and brutal. Crockett had betrayed them. He had sided with the Eastern elites against their president, their party, and their own interests. His vote on the Indian Removal Act was painted not as an act of conscience, but as a direct assault on the dreams of every poor farmer who wanted a piece of that land. They branded him an arrogant traitor who had forgotten the common man. Crockett's reaction to these charges was not one of remorse or quiet defense. He showed nothing but defiant, thunderous contempt. He didn't plead his case, he prosecuted his accusers. He climbed onto the stump and spat his defiance at the Jackson machine, mocking the president as King Andrew I and daring the voters to cast their ballots for a man who would be a mere puppet. He didn't run from his vote on the Indian Removal Act, he owned it. He held it up as a badge of honor, a symbol of his integrity, and he challenged the jury of his peers to show that they valued honor as much as he did. On election day, the verdict came in. David Crockett was found guilty. He lost the election to Huntsman by a narrow margin. The Jackson machine had succeeded. The bear-hunting congressman had been politically executed, cast out into the wilderness by his own people. But this was not justice. It was a political assassination. The verdict was a product of a trial utterly corrupted by outside influence, a result bought with a flood of presidential power and money. It was a verdict that would spark arguments in those hills for generations to come, a bitter debate over whether a representative's first duty is to his own conscience or to the immediate desires of the people who elect him. In the end, Davy Crockett did not accept the verdict quietly. He stood before the people who had condemned him and delivered his own final judgment, the legendary farewell that would become his epitaph. "You may all go to hell, and I will go to Texas." He had lost the trial, but he walked away a free man, finally unshackled from the system that had tried to break him. For David Crockett, the verdict of the 1835 election was not just a political defeat, it was a spiritual severing. It cut the taproot that connected him to the people and the land that had defined his entire existence. He was a man without a tribe, a legend who had been voted into irrelevance. This rejection haunted him far more than any bear or political rival ever could. His journey to Texas was not merely a search for new adventure, it was a desperate flight from a world that no longer had a place for his code of honor. He went west, looking for a new frontier where a man's word still meant something, a place where he could fight for a cause he believed in without being branded a traitor. His political death in Tennessee was the direct cause of his physical death at the Alamo just a few months later. One fate was inextricably tied to the other. The victors, President Andrew Jackson and his party, also found their destinies forever altered. They had won. The Indian Removal Act was law, and the lands of the Southeast were open to white settlement, cementing Jackson's legacy as a powerful and decisive leader. But it was a poisoned victory. The horrific reality of the Trail of Tears, the deaths of thousands on that forced march, became an indelible stain on his presidency. History would forever bind his name not just to the victory at New Orleans, but to this act of calculated cruelty. His life was changed from that of a simple American hero to a figure of immense and troubling complexity. For the Cherokee, Choctaw, and other tribes, their lives were shattered beyond recognition. They survived, but as a shadow of their former nations, scattered in a strange new territory far from the sacred ground of their ancestors. They carried with them the trauma of the stockades and the ghosts of those lost along the trail. The political decision made in Washington became a wound carried in the hearts of their people for generations, a story of betrayal and loss that would be told around their own campfires for a century to come. And what of the people of Tennessee, the voters who had cast Crockett out? They got what they wanted. The land was opened and a new wave of settlement and prosperity followed. But their lives, too, were changed. They had traded a man of unbending principle for a man of party loyalty. In local law, some say a quiet shame settled over those hills, a lingering memory of the great man they had rejected. They had silenced the one voice who dared to tell them a hard truth, and in doing so, they became complicit in the tragedy that followed. No one, from the president in the White House to the smallest farmer in a Tennessee holler, escaped the consequences of that fateful vote. Even now, nearly 200 years later, the echoes of this story are not hard to find. The name Davy Crockett is carved into the American landscape. You can walk through his replica birth site cabin in East Tennessee, a humble structure of rough-hewn logs that feels charged with the energy of his spirit. Statues in his likeness stand in town squares, often depicting the mythical hero, rifle in hand. But the most powerful and most tragic, tangible remnant of this era is the land itself. The Trail of Tears is now a national historic trail, a scar of memory that stretches for more than 2,000 miles. It is marked by quiet roadside plaques, preserved segments of old roads, and lonely, often unmarked graves that lie just beneath the surface of the modern world, silent witnesses to an epic of sorrow. Culturally, the story has been told in two vastly different ways. One is the roaring campfire legend of Davy Crockett, king of the wild frontier. It's a story immortalized in song and on screen, a comforting myth of a simple, grinning hero in a coonskin cap. That legend, powerful as it is a shadow. The true story, the one we have told today, is the one whispered in the halls of Congress and preserved in the dry, brittle pages of the official record, the story of a man's lonely, costly stand for his own conscience. For the descendants of the 5 tribes, the story is not a legend. It is a living memory, a foundational trauma that has shaped their identity for generations. It is told not in folk songs for entertainment, but in their own languages, passed from grandparent to grandchild as a testament to their resilience and survival. It is the story of who they are, where they came from, and what they overcame. It is a fire that has never gone out. The world might remember the cartoon, but the Appalachian mountains themselves hold the memory of the man. His story is etched into the very character of the place, a permanent reminder that deep within these hills, a code of honor can sometimes grow that is stronger than politics, more unyielding than a president's will, and more enduring than a man's own life. The mountains remember the man who stood alone, and they do not forget. So we return to the question that started it all. Why did one of the most famous men in America turn his back on his country and march toward his own death in Texas? The answer, we now know, is far more complex than a simple thirst for adventure. Davy Crockett didn't just go to Texas. He was driven from a United States that had broken his heart. He went because his government had chosen greed over honor. His party had chosen loyalty over justice, and his own people had chosen land over the man who tried to tell them the truth. The Alamo was not his destination. It was simply the last stop on a desperate journey to find a piece of the world that still lived by the code he understood. This is a story not just of a crime against a people, but of the brutal, soul-crushing cost of conscience. It serves as a chilling lesson in how the machinery of power can isolate, demonize, and ultimately destroy a person who dares to stand in its way. Davy Crockett's stand teaches us that the most profound acts of bravery don't always happen on the battlefield with a rifle in hand. Sometimes they happen in a quiet chamber with a single lonely vote in a cause you know is already lost. It is a testament to the idea that true integrity is measured not by the victories you win, but by the principles you refuse to surrender, even in total defeat. The world may have forgotten the real David Crockett, preferring the simple cartoon in a coonskin cap. But his true story is the one America needs to remember. It is the story of a flawed, stubborn man from the mountains who, at a moment of supreme moral crisis, chose to be an honest man rather than a successful politician. He lost his career, his home, and ultimately his life, but he never lost his honor. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the mountains are willing to give up. Imagine waking one morning to find a bundle of freshly cut willow branches tied to your front door. In the lawless hills of 19th century Kentucky, this wasn't a gift. It was an ultimatum, a final warning from a secret army that judged you in the dead of night. They called themselves the White Caps, angels of justice who promised to bring order to a land drowning in chaos. But the whispers that still echo through these hollers tell a different story. A story of how saviors became monsters and how the quest for justice turned into a thirst for blood and power. How did a committee of concerned farmers become a hooded terror that ruled by the whip and the rope? Today, we separate the legend from the brutal truth and uncover the story of the Whitehead clan. To understand the White Caps, you first have to understand their world. Picture the mountains of eastern Kentucky in the years after the Civil War. This wasn't just a place, it was a world apart, a labyrinth of fog-shrouded hollows and impassable ridges that kept the modern world at bay. Life here was governed not by clocks or calendars, but by the rising of the sun and the turning of the seasons. Families lived on isolated farmsteads, miles from their nearest neighbor, carving out a life from the stubborn, rocky soil. The creek was their water, the forest their larder, and the Bible their law. The people who called these mountains home were a proud and fiercely independent stock. They were veterans of a bitter war, farmers and blacksmiths who asked for little and expected even less from outsiders. Their lives were hard, a constant struggle against the elements and the land itself, but there was an honesty to it. A man's worth was measured by the strength of his hands and the truth of his word. They wanted nothing more than to raise their children, work their land, and be left in peace under the watchful eye of God. But a shadow was falling over this simple life. In the dark corners of this isolated world, a rot had begun to set in. With no effective law to speak of, the worst of human nature was allowed to fester. There were the drunks who would trade their family's last bit of flour for a jug of corn liquor. There were the petty thieves who would steal a neighbor's livestock in the dead of night, knowing there would be no consequences. And there were the family tyrants, men who ruled their homes with a fist, whose wives and children suffered in terrified silence. For these people, justice was a distant rumor, a story told about faraway cities. The local sheriff was often a man who either lacked the courage to enforce the law or was corrupt enough to ignore it for a price. To take a grievance to the county court was an expensive days-long journey that most couldn't afford, and even then, a mountain man's word meant little to a flatland judge. Honest, hard-working families felt powerless, watching as the fabric of their community was torn apart by men who feared neither God nor government. A quiet desperation began to settle over the valleys. It was a feeling shared in hushed conversations around the pot-bellied stove at the general store and in prayers whispered in small clapboard churches. People felt abandoned, left to fend for themselves against the growing chaos. And in that fertile ground of fear and frustration, a dangerous seed was planted. It was the old mountain idea that when the law fails, men must make their own. They didn't know it yet, but they weren't just seeking justice. They were about to unleash a terror far worse than anything they had ever known. The change didn't happen overnight. It didn't start with a gunshot or a hanging, but with a whisper. A whisper that traveled from farm to farm, a shared frustration that finally found a voice in a secret meeting in an old barn. They were respected men, farmers, veterans, even a preacher or two, men who had simply had enough. They decided that if the law wouldn't protect their families, they would become the law. They took a name for themselves, the White Caps, and for their uniform, they chose the simplest, most terrifying disguise imaginable, a plain white sack with holes cut for eyes. Their first target was a man known throughout the valley for his drunken cruelty, a man who beat his wife and starved his children while he spent his days in a stupor. One morning, he awoke to find that silent message on his door, a bundle of willow switches. It was a clear ultimatum, understood by everyone in the mountains. Straighten up or face the consequences. The man, arrogant in his belief that no one would dare challenge him, laughed it off. He threw the branches into his fire and went back to his bottle. It was the last mistake he would ever make in that county. A few nights later, the community learned what happened when a warning was ignored. A procession of silent riders, their faces hidden beneath those stark white hoods, descended on the man's cabin. There were no shouts, no threats. They moved with a chilling purpose, pulling the terrified man from his bed. They dragged him out into the cold night air, his wife's pleas echoing unanswered in the darkness. They tied him to a tree and one by one took up the same kind of willow switches he had burned and delivered their brutal judgment. It wasn't just a beating, it was a ritual of public shaming, a message delivered not only to him, but to everyone. When it was over, they gave him a new ultimatum: be gone by sunrise, or they would return. The next morning, the man, broken and bleeding, gathered his few belongings and left the county forever. And a strange quiet fell over the valley. The theft stopped. The town drunkards stayed home. For the first time in years, there was a sense of order. The Whitecaps had proven that their methods worked. They had tasted power, the absolute power to inspire fear and enforce their will. And in that moment of victory, without realizing it, they had crossed a line from which there was no return. The first drops of blood had been spilled not to kill, but to correct. Yet they had watered a seed that would soon grow into a monstrous tree. The taste of power is a poison, and it didn't take long for it to blacken the souls of the Whitecaps. The original mission of punishing drunks and thieves was forgotten, replaced by a much more profitable enterprise: fear for hire. Now, a man could pay the clan to settle a land dispute in his favor. A jealous husband could arrange a visit for a rival. The white hood was no longer a symbol of justice. It had become a mask for greed, revenge, and pure, unadulterated terror. The willow switch was no longer enough. The lessons they taught now were final. Their new reign was cemented not by punishing the guilty, but by making an example of the innocent. Consider the story of a farmer, a man respected for his honesty and hard work. His only crime was courage. He had stood up in a public place and called the Whitecaps what they had become, a gang of cowardly bandits who hid their faces. He refused to join them, refused to be silent. He knew the risk, but his mountain pride would not let him bow to them. The Whitecaps heard his words, and a death sentence was passed in the shadows. One moonless night, the family's dogs, usually fierce protectors, let out a single terrified yelp before falling silent. A moment later, the cabin door didn't just open, it exploded inward, splintering off its leather hinges. Silent figures, more like ghosts than men in their white hoods, filled the small room. They said nothing. They simply pointed a finger at the father of the house, who had just sat up in his bed. The children, frozen in terror in their small cots, could only see flickering shadows and hear the sounds of a nightmare that would be seared into their memory forever. His wife threw herself at the intruders, begging, pleading, but she was thrown aside like a rag doll. They dragged the man from his home, his bare feet scraping on the cold, hard-packed dirt of the yard. His family was forced to remain inside the cabin, captives in their own home, made to watch through the shattered doorway. They saw the torchlight glinting on a rope as it was thrown over the thick branch of an old oak tree. They were being made to bear witness. This wasn't just a murder, it was a lesson, and his family were the first pupils. The children covered their ears, but it did no good. The night was filled with the sounds of a brief, desperate struggle, a man's choked gasps for air, and then a sickening, heavy snap that echoed through the hollow. After that, nothing. Just the creak of the rope and the chirping of the crickets, who seemed entirely indifferent to the horror that had just unfolded. The world had turned into a hell of screams, followed by a ringing, absolute silence that was somehow even worse. The hooded figures didn't linger. They melted back into the woods as silently as they had come, leaving the torch sputtering in the dirt. They left behind a grieving family and a dark shape twisting gently in the night breeze. When the first grey light of dawn touched the mountain, the neighbors would find the scene. They would see the unspeakable trophy hanging from that oak tree, and they would understand the Whitecap's new gospel. Keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, because in these mountains, speaking the truth was a sin punishable by death. When the sun finally rose, its light did little to chase away the darkness. It only served to illuminate the horror. The first neighbor to pass by stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. He didn't run for the sheriff. He didn't cry out in alarm. He simply turned his wagon around and went to fetch other men, speaking in low, grim whispers. There was no question of who had done this. The sight of the body, a terrible monument to the price of defiance, was a signature left by the Whitecaps. Quietly, with grim reverence, the men cut him down and carried him back to his grieving family, their faces hard masks of fear and fury they dared not express. For the widow and her children, the world had ended. Their home was no longer a sanctuary, but a tomb haunted by the final moments of a man they loved. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside was a fresh wave of terror. They couldn't stay. There was no justice to be found here, only the constant, suffocating presence of the murderers, who could be any of the men they saw every day. Their fight was not for justice, but for survival. Within a week, they packed what little they could carry, abandoned the farm their family had worked for generations, and disappeared, becoming refugees from their own home. Their departure sent a clear message to the entire county. The Whitecaps had won. A thick, suffocating blanket of silence fell over the hills and hollows. No one spoke of the murder above a whisper, and never to an outsider. The code of silence was now absolute. A new, more insidious fear took root, a paranoia that turned neighbor against neighbor. Who was hiding beneath those hoods? The man who sold you flour at the general store? The blacksmith who shod your horse? Even the preacher who spoke of God's law on Sunday? You could trust no one. An invisible empire was being built, and its mortar was the blood of good men. The local sheriff eventually rode out to the abandoned farmstead. He looked at the rope burns on the oak branch, asked a few half-hearted questions to neighbors who suddenly couldn't remember a thing, and wrote a report he knew would lead nowhere. Perhaps he was a coward, too afraid of the hooded men to conduct a real investigation. Or perhaps, and this was the most chilling thought of all, he was one of them, his badge just another mask he wore during the day. His visit was a formality, a hollow gesture that only proved one thing: the law of men had no power here anymore. The hunt for the culprits never began. How could it? You can't arrest a ghost, and the Whitecaps had become something more than men in the terrified minds of the people. They were specters of vengeance, ghost riders who emerged from the night fog to enforce their own brutal commandments. The story of the murdered farmer became a cautionary tale whispered to children, a local legend born from a truth too terrible to confront directly. The ashes of his life had fertilized the soil of their fear, and from it, the Whitecaps' reign of terror would grow unopposed, casting a long, dark shadow over the mountains. Terror cannot last forever. Eventually, a monster will devour itself. The Whitecaps grew too bold, too greedy, and their violence became indiscriminate. When they murdered the family of a state legislator over a petty land dispute, they finally crossed a line that even the cowed local authorities couldn't ignore. The outside world came flooding into the mountains, not with sheriffs this time, but with stone-faced U.S. Marshals and companies of the National Guard, men who didn't know the local families and who weren't scared of shadows in the night. Arrests were finally made, and the stage was set for a trial that would pit the law of the state against the law of the clan. The county courthouse became the center of a storm. The small town swelled with newspaper reporters from as far away as Cincinnati, with curious onlookers who wanted a glimpse of the monsters, and with the grim-faced families of both the victims and the accused. Armed guards stood on the courthouse roof, their rifles glinting in the sun, a clear sign that this was not ordinary justice. It was a war being fought in a courtroom. Inside, the air was thick with tension and sweat. Every man on the jury knew his decision would follow him home. They knew that no matter what the verdict, they would have to live with the consequences in a land where memories are long and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The prosecution's case seemed impossible. How could you convict men when every witness was paralyzed by fear? The answer came in the form of a captured Whitecap, a young man facing the gallows who was offered a deal, his life for his testimony. The dam of silence finally broke. He was brought into the courtroom in chains, and with a trembling hand, he pointed out his former brothers. He named the leaders, described the secret oaths, and recounted the grim details of their night rides. You can just imagine the scene. A man confessing his sins, his voice cracking, while across the room, the men he condemned stared at him with a look of pure, cold hatred that promised a retribution beyond any courtroom's power. The defendants themselves were a portrait of mountain defiance. They weren't cowering criminals. Many of them, particularly the leaders, sat with a quiet, arrogant dignity. They stared back at the jury, not with remorse, but with contempt, as if they were the true judges in the room. In their eyes, they weren't murderers. They were soldiers who had brought order to a lawless land, and this trial was nothing more than a betrayal by the Flatlanders who didn't understand their ways. Their leader, a man known for his cunning and ruthlessness, barely paid attention, projecting an unnerving calm, confident that the web of fear he had spun for years would hold firm. Finally, the jury delivered its verdict. The room held its breath. For the men who were merely followers, The enforcers who carried out the orders, the verdict was guilty. Sentences of life in prison and the hangman's noose were handed down. A quiet wave of relief and victory washed over the prosecution and the families of the victims. But then the jury foreman came to the last name, the mastermind, the man who had orchestrated the entire reign of terror. After a long pause, the words echoed in the stunned silence. Not guilty. A collective gasp filled the room. The architect of it all, protected by intimidated witnesses and a terrified jury, stood up, gave a slight nod to his lawyer, and walked out of the courtroom, a free man, disappearing into the same mountains he had terrorized. Was this justice? A few branches of the poisoned tree had been lopped off, but the root was left untouched, allowed to burrow back into the dark soil. The trial had proven that the law of men could reach into the mountains, but it also showed its limits. It could punish the soldiers, but it couldn't touch the king. For the people who had to go back to their isolated farms, the fear didn't end that day. It just took on a new, more patient form. The Whitecaps were broken as an organization, but their shadow remained, a permanent reminder of a time when justice wore a white hood and innocence was no protection at all. The trials that broke the Whitecaps are now just faded ink in dusty courthouse ledgers. The men who were sent to the gallows have long since turned to dust, their names a footnote in a violent chapter of Kentucky's history. But what of the leader, the man who walked free? He returned to his mountain home and lived out the rest of his days. Officially, he died a peaceful old man in his own bed. But the old-timers in these mountains tell a different story. They say that while the law of men couldn't touch him, the justice of the mountains is patient. They whisper that his final years were haunted by the faces of those he condemned, and that his name, once spoken with fear, is now spoken with a quiet, knowing curse. The scars left by the Whitecaps run deeper than a single generation. To this day, there are family names in those hollows that carry the weight of that time. Descendants of the Whitecaps live alongside the descendants of their victims. The story is a ghost that sits at their dinner tables. For some, it's a source of quiet shame, a dark secret to be kept buried. For others, it's a painful heirloom, a reminder of a resilience forged in terror and loss. The blood feuds may be over, but the memory lingers in the bloodline, a quiet rift that separates neighbor from neighbor even now. You can still find the physical traces of that time if you know where to look. The old county courthouse still stands, its brick walls a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within. On a quiet afternoon, you can almost hear the echoes of the prosecutor's accusations and feel the weight of the jury's fear. Not far from there, in a small, overgrown cemetery, you can find the tombstones of the men the Whitecaps murdered. The weathered inscriptions are simple and direct, telling you the day they were born and the day they died, but they leave out the most important part of the story: how they died and why. The oak tree where the farmer was hanged may or may not still stand, but its legend does, a dark landmark in the collective memory of the community. Most people have forgotten this story. The world has moved on, and the violent nights of the Whitecaps seem like a tale from another world. But the mountains remember. They hold these stories in the deep shadows of their hollows and in the rustle of the leaves on a moonless night. The official histories may have been written, but the true story, the human story of terror, courage, and survival, is preserved in the oral tradition passed down from one generation to the next. It has become a part of the landscape itself, a ghost that walks these hills, reminding us that the past is never truly gone. It's just waiting in the silence to be heard. So we come back to the question we started with, the one that hangs over this entire story like a mountain fog. How did a group of men who only wanted to protect their families become the very monsters they sought to destroy? The answer is as simple as it is terrifying. The Whitecaps weren't born evil. They were created by a vacuum, a space where law and order had died, and something had to take its place. They set out to be the cure, but without any checks on their power, the cure became a poison far deadlier than the disease. They learned that the power to punish is the power to control, and the power to control is the most addictive drug on earth. This isn't just a story about a band of hooded night riders from a bygone era. It's a timeless warning about the darkness that lies dormant in the human heart, waiting for the right circumstances to be unleashed. It's a testament to the fact that the road to hell is truly paved with good intentions. The White Caps are a brutal lesson in how easily the thirst for justice can curdle into a lust for blood, and how the hero who slays the dragon can, in time, grow scales of his own. It's a story of the indomitable Appalachian spirit, yes, but it reveals the dark side of that spirit, a fierce, unforgiving independence that, when twisted, respects no law but its own. The men who wore those white hoods are long gone. The ropes have rotted, and the willow trees they used for their warnings have grown old and died. But the story remains. It's been passed down, whispered from father to son, a chilling bedtime story that just happens to be true. It serves as a permanent reminder, etched into the very soul of these mountains, that the most dangerous men are often those who believe they are doing God's work. They teach us that fear is the cruelest of masters, and that true justice can never, ever be found hiding behind a mask.